Health and Safety will not come to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Thompson.
Present.
Hull.
Present.
Allison. Capriglione. Dutton. Ann Johnson. Tracy King. Landgraf. Lozano.
Here.
Council President.
A quorum is present. Anyone wishing to testify before the committee, please register at the kiosk located in the hallway behind the committee room. If you require assistance in registering, please contact the committee staff here. They can assist you. I want to remind those witnesses who will have registered that by filling out and submitting your witness affirmation form, you have already agreed to give your testimony under oath. I respectfully ask our witnesses to adhere to 3 minutes time limit. I know that sounds short to you, but you can say a whole lot in 3 minutes. Believe me, you can. Please try not to be repetitive in your testimony. We want to hear everyone. We want to give you an opportunity. We know your information is valuable and you travel a long ways, and we want to make it worth your while. Make it worth our while by not being repetitive too. Thank you for coming. Members, does anyone have any comments or questions before we begin? The chair lays out House Bill 5284 and recognizes author Representative Kittredge to explain the bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Thompson and committee. I want to thank you for allowing me to lay out House Bill 5284 relating to the emergency response protocols and safety and security audits developed by the Texas School Safety Center and the Health and Human Services Commission for daycare centers. Currently, daycare centers in the state of Texas do not have to conduct safety and security audits. As a result, our children in our daycares are not safeguarded like our public education schools. Texas is the leader in school safety because of our protective efforts to ensure that we are protecting our children at every level. This needs to include child care centers. We have the opportunity to proactively ensure that the child care facilities in the state of Texas are secure and that the protocols are consistent with the best practices needed to preserve life in response to a critical incident. Because safety and security monitors are not present at child care centers, this makes them soft targets for tragedies. This bill partners with the School Safety Center and HHSC develop safety and security audit procedures for licensed child care centers. Child care centers will now conduct safety audits, and best practices will also include fire, lockdown, and severe weather shelter drills. This bill just makes sense to protect the youngest of our Texas children. And we have witnesses, and I'll certainly take any questions, and please reserve my right to close.
We will reserve your right to close. Members, are there any questions of Representative Kittredge? Thank you. Jeffrey Yarbrough. Mr. Yarbrough, we show that you are representing yourself and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, and good to have you back again this week.
I'm glad to be here. Chairwoman Thompson, Vice Chair Hull, distinguished members of the committee. I'm Jeff Yarbrough, Chief of Police for the City of Hutto, but I'm also a former school district police chief here in the state of Texas. I actually started 2 school district police departments. So I understand the importance of school safety. We're doing some tremendous work here in the state of Texas, improving our school safety, our infrastructure, external and internal building hardening. We're also doing a lot of work when it comes to making sure that we're closing those gaps with regards to safety and security, the standard response protocols. And we're putting that information out. A lot of information is being publicized about the proactive steps that we're taking in this state. One of the challenges that I see with that is, as we harden our schools, we provide the level of training that our staff and our students deserve. those who may have ill intent are also hearing those things and recognize that the risk is a lot greater in a school, and we still have areas that are considered soft targets. And I ask people all the time, why are our schools or our child care centers soft targets? And then they'll say, well, they're soft targets because we don't do this and we don't do that, or we may need to improve these things. And then my response is, if you can articulate to me why they're still soft targets, then why are they still soft targets? We have the opportunity and the responsibility in this state to take what's working and make sure that we can align those systems with our child care facilities. We push out our standard response protocols through the I Love You Guys Foundation that the Texas School Safety Center has prescribed for school districts. And I'm actually an instructor for the Texas School Safety Center's school-based law enforcement. And I'm an I Love You Guys instructor for the standard response protocols. Making sure that those things are aligned with our daycare centers, our child care facilities is very important so that we can mitigate loss of life, and our staff in those facilities can respond and know how to appropriately respond and create those effective time barriers so that when law enforcement responds, we can handle the situation accordingly. Another important thing is to make sure that when we're doing those things, the audits are key, because I've worked with some child care facilities in the area that have taken some great steps to make sure that they have improved their facilities. For example, Kasner Christian Academy here in the state, in the city of Austin, has done some tremendous work in closing those gaps. But we have other child care facilities that have not done so well. There's still issues that exist that they may not know what they don't know. And I think when we do the audits, we can provide recommendations to those facilities that can close those gaps and keep our kids safe.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. Good to see you again.
It's great to see you.
Members, are there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5284? If not, the testimony on House Bill 5284 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Kitzman to close on his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that you can see through the chief's testimony that this is perhaps an area that most people haven't thought about. We think about our public schools, but certainly these other child care facilities are vulnerable, especially when people who have no scruples or morals decides to inflict that kind of evil on our children. Then age doesn't matter to them, and they're just after where they can go the easiest to create the worst damage. And so I'm asking you to please kindly consider this bill, and let's see if we can close this loophole in the process. And appreciate y'all giving me the time to be here with you today.
Members, are there any questions of Representative Kittman? Thank you, Representative Kittman. The chair is going to move to leave House Bill 5284 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The House bill would be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 1537 and recognizes its author, Representative Howard, to explain the bill. Representative Howard, Chairman King is going to offer up your committee substitute. The chair lays out the committee substitute and recognizes Representative Howard to explain her substitute along with your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. House Bill 1537. First off, I want to recognize the Minaret Foundation, who have remained firm advocates for this critical legislation and tried to ensure its expansion throughout the state, which is what House Bill 1537 is about. It would create a partnership between schools and local police departments whereby law enforcement would inform schools when they respond to calls where students have witnessed or experienced a traumatic event. Adverse childhood experiences often can lead to things such as irritability, exhaustion, difficulty concentrating, defiance, alienation, and other trauma responses. This can obviously significantly affect the student's performance as well as result in classroom behaviors that disrupt the learning environment. Texas Children's Hospital reports that nearly 22% of children in Texas have experienced at least 2 adverse childhood experiences. According to the Texas Association of School Boards, in any random class of 24 students, nearly half of the class will have experienced at least one traumatic event. In a brief published by the Texas Department of State Health Services, it was found that low-income students are disproportionately affected by adverse childhood experiences, but that resilience and social supports can be protective factors against negative outcomes. To this end, this bill proposes the establishment of a trauma-informed Handle with Care program to ensure that a student's experience of trauma is not exacerbated when they come to school. Additionally, when adults at school are made aware of a traumatic experience, they are better able to provide the support that the student needs. The Handle with Care program would require law enforcement officers to notify a school authority when they respond to a call where a student has witnessed or experienced a traumatic event. When responding to a relevant call, law enforcement would send a confidential automated message to the school district. Designated staff would receive notification and then be able to prioritize timely support to the student if appropriate. The Handle with Care notification is meant to serve as crucial information rather than active intervention, and it will not mandate any particular actions. This bill simply seeks to ensure that educators are aware of underlying causes in the event a student's behavior changes or their academics begin to decline. The intention is to make educators aware that a traumatic event has occurred so that any consequential behaviors are addressed in that context. In the San Antonio area alone, 32 school districts work in partnership with the San Antonio Police Department to implement a Handle with Care program. They've developed their rollout over the last 4 years. There's other areas of Texas that have also put into place Handle with Care programs. Hutto, Fort Worth, Galena Park, Brownsville, and Harlingen have adopted Handle with Care programs. HB 1537 seeks to establish a statewide program. There have been other states that have also implemented this. Children witnessing or experiencing traumatic events represent some of the most vulnerable among us. HB 1537 aims to ensure these students are better understood when they return to school. The committee substitute simply clarifies language that this Handle with Care notice should be information only and not an active intervention. This, however, does not forbid qualified school employees, such as counselors, from providing their services should a child or parent request it. Crucially, the committee substitute also adds grief to the list of traumatic events. The death of a loved one can also obviously be traumatic, resulting in extreme distress. Training to focus on how to help police officers, educators, and school personnel recognize both trauma and grief in youth, how to respond in both situations, and how to make an appropriate referral reflects best practices. Finally, the committee substitute also ensures that no specifics of the traumatic event are shared and no record will be kept in regard to the incident with the school district. It also changes the requirement for law enforcement training to be one-time training. There's going to be people here testifying today who have experiences with Handle with Care, and they're going to be able to much better, I think, explain how this has been implemented. I hope that we can get some information here that will help us continue to improve this bill. I think that the intention here, and working with some folks on the Senate side who are potentially interested in this, is that we are careful about how we do this to ensure that we're not mandating anything, that we're not sharing any information, we're not keeping any records, but at the same time, making sure that when a child comes to school after having witnessed some horrific event, being a part of some traumatic event in their home, that at least the school knows about it and can respond appropriately. So I'm happy to try to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Members, are there any questions? Clay?
Thank you.
Sure. The chair, let the record reflect that Chairman Dutton is now present. Jeffrey Yarbrough, Anton Williams, and Sharif Sharikani. Oh. If you want to put it on your lap, it's fine with us. It doesn't bother us. We know you'd have extra help. All right. Sharif, you want to begin first? I show that you are representing the Minaret Foundation and you're for this bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I had good morning written down, but good afternoon, everyone.
Sure.
Chairwoman Thompson, Vice Chair Hull. My name is Sharik Abdul Ghani, and I am in favor of HB 1537, also known as Handle with Care. I am the Executive Director of Minaret Foundation, where we bring Muslims, Jews, and Christians together through multi-faith and civic engagement. I'd like to illustrate two quick stories about Handle with Care. Houston Police Department was called out to a scene, a family violence scene for the fifth time, but this time the husband was beating his spouse in the front lawn, and so they were able to secure the husband. They put him in the back seat of the car, and they took the wife inside the home, clear the home, get her a glass of water, get her some napkins, calm her down. And as they entered, they saw in the living room underneath the coffee table was 7-year-old Juan, sobbing uncontrollably in a fetal position. Now, we all know this isn't the first time that Juan has seen this situation. He's grown up his entire life dealing with family violence. So there's two situations that happen out of this. The next day, it was a Monday, the child goes to school on Tuesday and displays adaptive conditions, adaptive behavior, withdraw socially, withdraw physically, withdraw emotionally from school, because statistically speaking, children do not relive their trauma by explaining it to their teachers, to counselors, or even to their peers. They will internalize it. The second part of this equation is often overlooked, is that the law enforcement officer who sees nonsense all throughout his or her week will go home that day knowing that that child's life has been written out for him, right? It impacts law enforcement mental health as well. Handle with Care turns the equation upside down, and now what it does is when the officer sees 7-year-old Juan, they can go back to their terminal in their car, complete a Handle with Care notice that goes to the school, goes to the homeroom teacher, the AP, and the school counselor. And so when the child goes to school the next day, the school's administrators know to handle the child with care. And our law enforcement officer will go home that night knowing that they've made a positive difference in the life of that child. The second story I'll quickly illustrate is one from my own mother, where week after week, a child was performing really well, straight A's in Alif ISD, until one week the child started withdrawing socially from school and started getting into fights at school week after week after week. My mother tried to reach out to the child's parents, unable to reach out to them. One day the child missed a school bus, and she stalks him to the area where the parents come out and pick up their kids, finds the aunt, and asks what happened. And 3 weeks prior, the father was murdered in the child's arm, right? Died in the child's arm after being shot. Handle with Care would ensure that there's a communications conduit between law enforcement and schools, and at Minaret Foundation, we're collaborating with HISD and HPD to pilot the largest such program in Texas. Handle with Care is a program that positively impacts our children, our teachers, and our law enforcement, and I would urge you to please provide a favorable report for HB 1537. May God bless you all and allow this bill to become a light of hope for all children throughout Texas. Thank you.
Antonio Williams, I show that you are representing the Fort Worth Police Department and yourself, and you're for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
I'm Captain Antoine Williams with Fort Worth Police Department. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Thompson and Vice Chair Hull. I was given the opportunity by Chief Neil Noakes to implement the Handle with Care program with Fort Worth back in February of 2022. The goal of this initiative is to prevent children's exposure to trauma and violence, mitigate the negative effects experienced by children's exposure to trauma, and to increase knowledge and awareness of this issue of mental health and trauma. So basically what an officer does when they get to a scene of a domestic violence call or assault and they identify a child that's been exposed to trauma, they get the kid's name, age, and the school that they attend. And that's the only information they get. And they go back to their patrol vehicles, and we have a form that all you have to enter is their name, age, and school, and hit send, and it goes to the Region 11 Education Service Center or whatever education service center for that specific agency or town. And they send that information over to the school the next day, and it's very confidential. The only information that is shared is
that this kid was exposed to trauma, handle him or her with care. No details of the call or what the child was exposed to. And the ultimate goal is to help that child cope with the trauma that they were exposed to at school by the school being able to provide the necessary resources to help that child.
Captain, do y'all consider bullying trauma?
Say again?
Do you consider bullying trauma, a form of
Absolutely.
trauma?
Yes, ma'am. And that's the thing is for me, it may not be trauma, but I can't gauge what's traumatic to a little child. So I always tell my officers, when in doubt, make a notification, because seeing a dog get hit could be traumatic to a child. You know, a kid that has a strong love for pets. So if we get those type of calls and a kid's being exposed, our job is to make sure that we report that and send that over to the school. Because I was a child at one time, and I dealt with a lot of domestic violence, and I would have definitely benefited from it, a Handle with Care program, because I would come to school, hadn't gotten any sleep, come to school, same clothes on that I wore the next day, or didn't get that much food. I wasn't focused on school, and then I probably didn't like the teacher to begin with. And so that just, all of that compounded on top, and that teacher didn't try to take the time to find out the underlying conditions, what was causing me to behave the way that I was behaving. Maybe I was acting out, or I was sleepy, putting my head down. So when those Handle with Care notifications are made and that teacher is made aware, they're then able to show grace toward that student and either allow them to lay their head down, get some rest, or send them to the counselor, or get some food or something like that. And that kid, that helps build a relationship between that student as well as the law enforcement agencies, as well as the school administration.
Showing grace for our students.
Chairman Dutton?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the school designate someone for you all to be in contact with when you do this?
Yes, sir. For whenever we got our program implemented, we identified the, I guess, trauma-sensitive counselors at each school. We picked 2 from each school, so that in case one is off, the next person will get the notification. So both of them received the Handle with Care notification, and they triaged that down to the child's teachers, whoever sees that kid throughout the day.
And
it doesn't go to the entire school.
Okay. And what does the teacher do then?
The teacher just monitors. It's not one of the things where you go and pull the kid out of class automatically because you get the notification. You're just aware, just in case this kid starts acting out or giving any kind of symptoms or signs that they're tired or fight or flight, acting out, bullying kids or something like that. That way the teacher knows that this child was exposed to some type of trauma. That's why they're behaving the way that they're behaving. That way they're not going to resort to discipline as their first form of reaction towards that kid.
And so that's what the training institutes in the teacher, or maybe I'm reading this wrong.
The training, actually, yes, the training, there's going to be a training for the teachers to recognize the signs and symptoms that a child has been exposed to adverse childhood exposures, and they'll know how to, the do's and don'ts, what to look for in the students. But for the law enforcement side, for us, our training is basically to identify a child at the scene of a crime or a traumatic event, and just basically get the information, the kid's name, age, and school, what school they attend, and how to actually make that notification.
Identify yourself before you add.
Yes, ma'am. Shari Ghani, Executive Director, Minaret Foundation. Mr. Dutton, just to address your question from the educator's perspective, the Texas Education Agency already has grief-informed trauma training, which is available at no cost to teachers statewide. And this wraps into that program because, as Captain Williams was saying, this is an active intervention. We don't want a teacher to go out and pull the child aside and say, "I heard something went wrong." This is about monitoring signs of trauma to help the child recover slowly throughout his or her day.
But if I remember, that program is voluntary, right? It's not mandatory for teachers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's voluntary. Through the Handle with Care training that would be offered to school administrators, it would encourage them to have their educators, have their teachers take that training.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Chief Yarbrough, I see that you are representing yourself and you are for the bill.
That is correct, Madam
Got 3
Chair.
minutes.
Again, Jeff Yarbrough, Chief of Police of the Hutto Police Department. Again, I'm a former police chief of 2 school districts, so I understand the benefit and from the lens of both, from being inside of a school, receiving that information or wanting to receive that information, and being on the outside. Currently in Texas, we have through the Texas Code of Criminal Procedures, we have 1527, which is a mandatory reporting. If a student is arrested, we're required to report that information to the schools so that the schools can respond accordingly. But we're really quick to report arrests, but there's no mechanism that's mandated or required for us to report a child that's been exposed to an adverse experience. And I think with the Handle with Care proposal, that bill that Representative Howard has put forth, we're closing those gaps that historically have existed and negatively impacted students. I can speak from experience. I know what it's like to wake up with your door being kicked in by the police for serving a search warrant on your house because of some things that are going on as a teenager in my house from family members, and then going and getting on the school bus and seeing all the other little kids on the bus, seeing the police at your house, asking you what's going on. You don't want to be at school because of what you've been experienced to. You don't want to be at home because of what you've been exposed to. So you feel like you have nowhere to turn, and then you go to school and people don't understand what you've gone through, and now you're being further traumatized by experiences. So with this option, this opportunity, kids are being seen as the most valuable asset in our society, and we're recognizing, we're sensitive to what we really need to provide our kids. And creating a mechanism is something that you see that other cities have done, and it's something that the city of Hutto has done by making sure that anytime our officers go out to a scene where a kid has been exposed to a traumatic experience, that information is being shared with our schools so that that continuity of care can continue. Again, we're dealing with different times because you'll find when kids don't want to be at school, they don't want to be at home, you start to see the attendance rate drop. You'll start to see them going into other areas and becoming those kids that put the hoodie on and they want to escape reality. So we have an opportunity to make sure that that information is being passed on so that we're not leaving our kids in a place to where they're trying to resolve situations on their own.
Chairman Dutton has a question.
Thank you.
Chief Roberts.
How do we know if this program works?
I can tell you that it worked for me. I can tell you that recognizing in Hutto that we've seen situations where kids have been exposed to trauma and that information has been passed on to schools, actions have been taken. I can also tell you that one of my colleagues recently told me about an incident that they had over the past weekend where a kid was involved in a major traumatic experience and a loss of life occurred, and the only way the school found out was through social media. So having those mechanisms in place to where a school is aware and they can make those gains to go in and resolve situations, I think would be very invaluable. And one of the ways we can know that it works is with the solution implemented, you're able to gather the data and the information that's being provided by the schools on the successful interventions.
Yeah, because I was curious as to, it seems like we do a lot to identify that there's a problem, but that's the end of our involvement. I mean, I don't hear much about what happens afterwards and whether or not we do something for that child. There is a bill similar to this over in public ed.
Yes, sir.
That might, at this point, involve CPS to intervene, particularly in situations like what you all are describing. And so I just wondered, what do we do after that, after we find out that this child has been through all of that? In fact, we had a child psychologist who came and testified that children, typically between waking up that morning and getting to school, they go through 43 dysfunctionalities. Mm-hmm. And he started to describe all of them. And I would imagine that a child who's gone through an experience like what you're describing, it's going to be even worse. But I'm not sure we have the programs in place to deal with what happens after we identify.
One of the solutions that I can add to that, Mr. Dutton, that I've seen actually work is at a previous district where I worked, we hired social workers, and they provided the ongoing support and that wraparound services to not only the student, but the families to make sure that they were resolving those issues as they occurred and to mitigate any future reoccurrences.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I think Captain Williams had something to add. Would you re-identify yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Captain Williams, Fort Worth Police Department. To add to what Chief Yarborough was saying, the success, we've had 654 students that's been impacted from our Handle with Care notifications since February of 2022. We've also had 30 other law enforcement agencies that have joined and implemented their own Handle with Care program based off of what we implemented here in Fort Worth. I actually got testimonies from a couple of teachers who were very happy with the program, and they were able to get these children the resources that they needed. Some kids needed food, some needed clothing. They were able to reach out to the parents and get them the resources that they needed. And also, like he said, we have social workers and stuff that's attached. We have victims assistants that do daily follow-ups on these families, and they reach out to these families, and we have resources at like One Safe Place that for battered women, daycare, financial assistance, helping people get jobs. So there's also counseling. So there's a wealth of resources that we make available thanks to the Handle with Care notifications.
Shari Khani, Minaret Foundation. Mr. Dutton, just to address your question a little bit further, this program started off in San Antonio, in Texas, started off in San Antonio with just one school district, and now the pilot has encompassed the entire city of San Antonio. And to go further of what Captain Williams was talking about, was the program has been so successful in San Antonio that the police department and city council have actually invested in social workers to do follow-ups on the law enforcement side, victims assistance, and then also have those social workers available to school districts in San Antonio to provide follow-up training for educators as necessary. In Houston, after we announced it with HISD and HPD back in January, we've had 5 different agencies reach out to us to help them roll it out in the greater Houston area. But this is also law in West Virginia, in Kentucky, in Tennessee, and it's being considered in Alabama and Georgia at the moment as well.
Vice Chair Hull?
Thank you. Really, any of you, whoever wants to answer. You mentioned San Antonio and some of the other states. I'm curious how it works with, so a few of the questions. The training, is it the TEA who establishes the course, and then who is implementing the training to the schools, and then to the officers? Who are the ones who are doing that training?
Identify yourself.
Shari Khani, Minaret Foundation. That's a terrific question, Vice Chair Hall. As of right now, because there's no uniform policy throughout the state of Texas, various agencies implement the training in different ways. At Minaret Foundation, we house it on our website. Different organizations in San Antonio house it. The way we would envision it happening was that TEA would host the training for the school districts, and the law enforcement already has shared training amongst them, right, in the law enforcement community. With the TEA, that would house the grief-informed trauma training that I was speaking about to Chair Dutton too, but also how to implement Handle with Care within the school systems as well.
So is it TEA? Who is going out and teaching the course, I guess, or is it online, or how is that?
Yes, ma'am. As of right now, the way that we're piloting in Houston, everything is available online. It's only a 1-hour training. We're not trying to take up additional time from our law enforcement who are already so busy, but also from our educators who are inundated with training.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
A couple more. I'll be quick. I know it talks about how the information is sent to the regional service center. Is that information then kept there? I guess because I know we're talking about there's no record of anything. So can you kind of explain that? Because it's not just sent to the school. So can y'all kind of explain that? Someone explain that part.
Okay, Captain Antoine Williams, Fort Worth Police Department. Vice Chair Hull, I just spoke with Thomas Dromgoole, who's over Region 11. I was asking him about the retention, how long they retain those records. And he says, as of right now, they keep it for a week, and then they get rid of that information as far as the notification goes.
Okay.
So it's not a long, ongoing. I guess once this bill gets actually implemented and passed, then we will come up with the time limit as far as how long we keep those records before they purge out of the system.
Right, okay, thank you. One last question. Where are the parents in all of this? And so if the parental consent to having the traumatic, whatever it may be, event shared with this, I know the details aren't shared, but what if a parent doesn't want this information shared with the school? Then what? And so I guess I've not seen in here where the consent is. And so that's kind of what I'm wondering about.
Jeff Yarbrough, Chief of Police of the Hutto Police Department. I think that anytime we're dealing with our students, it is important to have the parents involved as much as possible, unless there's a compelling reason why they can't be. I would think in this process, when you've got a situation where a kid has been exposed to a traumatic experience, having that parent involved, they can provide you a perspective that you may not see at school. They may be able to tell you, well, my kid can, they will respond this way if your response is this, and maybe just monitor, or can you have Mrs. Jones, who's his favorite teacher, talk to him? So getting the parent involved, I think, is very important in any situation as much as we can, because at the end of the day, although our kids are our most valuable asset, they belong to those parents.
Yeah, and I think that I completely agree. I just don't see in here where it says a parent has to consent to the information being shared. And I would think that the vast majority of parents would choose to have that, but the ones that wouldn't want that, I would want hopefully that their wishes and their rights as the parent would be respected. And so that was my question, is the consent part. Oh.
Real quick, Madam Chair,
Does he need to?
if that's okay. Captain Antoine Williams, Fort Worth Police Department. Sometimes on those situations, the parent may be the offender, so this is strictly to protect that child for school purposes, to keep them engaged in school, because whenever a child sees that there's no consequences for those actions, they end up repeating the cycle of violence. So what our job is as law enforcement officers is to break the cycle of recidivism by making these notifications so that these kids can get the necessary treatment to help them cope with the trauma that they're exposed to. So there will be instances where the parent may be the offender and we're not going to ask for permission to make a notification that's only saying that this child was exposed to trauma. It's not giving specifics, a priority or regular trauma or a high priority trauma. We're not identifying what type of trauma it is. It's just no details whatsoever. It's little Sally was exposed to trauma. Please handle her with care.
I guess in that, because maybe it was one parent that was the offender, the other one wasn't. So then in that case, the other parent could consent
Yes,
or
we
not.
could, yes.
And if there was only a single parent or both were the offender, then CPS would be involved. And so then that would be, if CPS was then acting as sometimes the caseworker would step in, someone else would be acting as, it's whoever would be acting as the parent. I mean, if parental rights haven't been terminated, that's a whole complicated
Yeah.
thing. So I guess it's just, I get worried when I hear just someone else making a decision in place of a parent when their rights haven't been limited or terminated or anything like that. So that I just get hesitant with that.
Sharik Ghani, Minaret Foundation. Ms. Hall, it's a terrific question, and it's a huge concern. We see precedent based off of what my friend here on the left said, is that there's already mandatory reporting to teachers when there's been a significant issue that's been reported to CPS. We see this as already establishing precedent to create a communication mechanism between law enforcement and schools to help inform educators on the trauma that's been impacted on children outside of the school system. Because one thing that I should mention is that teachers throughout the state of Texas, our teachers want to know how to take care of the children that are in their classrooms and how best to serve their needs, because at the end of the day, that's why they're there. In regards to parental consent, echoing what law enforcement has said and some other law enforcement will mention as well in testimony, it's that this isn't meant to supplant parental rights, it's meant to supplement. It's meant to supplement what will happen in the household in terms of taking care of children, and it's meant to supplement what teachers need to best in order to serve their children as well.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Representative Allison is not present. Thank you.
Thank
Shea Mackins, Tyler Shoesmith, Cynthia Rubio. Shea Mackins, I see that you are representing the Nation's Parents Union and yourself, and you are for the bill.
Correct, yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I am Shay Mackin, and I'm the Senior Advisor with the National Parents Union. I'm here today to express our support in HB 1537, which would ensure that students who are actively experiencing trauma are supported more intentionally at school. While I was a child, I know that this initiative would have helped me. Multiple times I experienced trauma and then the next day had to go to school. One of the major incidences in my home was where I had to hold down my brother for 6 hours having a psychiatric episode until my parents got home. 911 was called and then he was taken away in a straitjacket to go and get help. I remember going to school and not being there. But if my teachers could have known that something, not knowing exactly obviously what happened, that I had experienced a trauma, maybe they could have had my test be the next week, giving me a little grace. If I was shutting down or acting out, they would just be informed to just handle Shay with a little bit more grace. When a child has experienced trauma, often they cannot focus on what is happening in the classroom because they are quietly trying to process what is happening at home. As parents, we know the child's life experiences do not just occur between 8 and 3 during the school day. The team of people that we know are trying to help our children want to help the whole child. And they need to understand why possible behaviors ranging from, again, shutting down to possibly acting out may occur, and this notice could help clarify, and then the teachers could use their tools at their disposal, to help, again, that whole child. The teacher could have just slipped in that, remember, if you're going through something, we have counselors. That simple. Because I probably totally forgot we had counselors on campus when I was going through stuff. National Parents Union runs national polls, and we found that 80% of parents want schools to keep parents updated about violent actions and threats to their schools. So why wouldn't we want the schools to know of violent acts occurring outside of the school?
If you have 30 seconds.
Oh, I have 30 seconds, good. All right. We also have 52% of parents say that schools are doing really well in addressing mental health concerns, but there's still another 48% saying we need more help for our students, and this would go a long way in helping that. Thank you so much for considering and always wanting to help students and families.
All right, Cynthia Rubio, you are representing the Northeast Independent School District and the Barron County Education Coalition, and you're for the bill.
Correct, Madam Chair.
have 3
Vice
minutes.
Chair, Committee. I am Cynthia Rubio. I'm a school principal in Northeast Independent School District at a large middle school. I am a proponent of Handle with Care, and I like Handle with Care because it's an immediate alert. I have minimal information so that we can silently monitor the children as they return to campus. Sometimes the children return the next morning. Sometimes they go straight to class. Sometimes they return in tears looking for an adult or a trusted person on campus. CPS is involved. Police are involved sometimes, probation officers, or even a non-custodial parent. Sometimes they don't arrive until days later, weeks later, or when they're working through litigation. We are immediately there on campus with resources and with trained staff. We have crisis counselors who have been trained by the district and have training through their years of experience with children. I myself as an administrator and the other administrators, we're there, we're willing and ready to receive children, because the last thing we want is for a child to seek help from a counselor who has 5 other children in front that are waiting, or to be waiting, a child who's experienced trauma the night before, to be waiting in an assistant principal's office behind children with dress code violations or somebody who forgot their lunch. We want children with the highest priority to be seen first. And through Handle with Care, we get that information on Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, any time, 24 hours, I get an immediate alert. And it just allows me the opportunity to put that child first. If they come to us, we are on standby. We will silently monitor them, and we are not intrusive whatsoever. We get minimal information, so it really doesn't matter to us what happened at the home. What matters to us is that the child isn't expected to come with a project the next morning that maybe they missed 3 or 4 days of school, and where's the project? And then I look into the grade file and the child's failing. I want to make sure that the absence is extenuated, whether it's 1 absence or 10 absences upon that child's return. I want to make sure that that child doesn't end up in Saturday school because of low grades or because of missed school. I want to be able to be the safety net for anything that falls through the cracks for a child who experienced trauma. This is not about what happened or trying to do CPS's work or law enforcement's work. It's about me making sure that we don't put more on a child that was involved in a very sensitive, traumatic situation. Thank you.
And Mr. Tyler Shoesmith, you are representing the Northeast Independent School District and the Bear County Education Coalition, and you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, I'm Tyler Shoesmith from Northeast ISD. I'm the Executive Director for Pupil Personnel Services and representing also the Bear County Education Coalition. Over the last 21 years in education, I've been working with dropouts, teen parents, homeless kiddos, and now working on the disciplinary side of the house. Prior to that, I also spent 6 years in law enforcement that bridged my way into education, and I think that gives me a very unique perspective on this. When we first heard about the Handle with Care program coming out of West Virginia, it stemmed from the opiate epidemic that small towns were facing there. Teachers were experiencing kids coming in with all types of traumatic events happening the night before, and weren't aware of what was happening, and they were really wanting to have a communication pipeline to be able to understand how they can best work with these children and also to provide the supports and wraparound services that they direly need. When we first heard about this, we worked with San Antonio Independent School District, San Antonio Police Department, and East Central ISD, and we piloted this program in 2019. We created a program within a system called Qualtrics. We basically built this so that we can send instant notifications right out of the police officers' cruiser directly into the school district's receivers, and that was myself and the chief, and then also our director of guidance and counseling. We would then turn them around that evening and send them directly down to the campus it applied to. That way the teachers could have it by the morning when the child comes in. What Ms. Rubio didn't mention is she was part of our initial pilot, and that immediately upon the inception of this program, we started receiving notifications, and some of them were some of the most graphic and detrimental crimes that you can think of happening within that area. And without the notifications, what had been going on with these children in their lives would not have been made aware to us, and we would only see the outside of that version. We would only see the fact that the kid's not coming to school, or the parent's not returning the call, or that one kid is going to school and having fights and the other kid is going to go live with an aunt out of state. That's the only part we would have known. Had we not have had that notification, these kids, some of them, would have been lost to the wind. A notification specifically that Ms. Rubio and I worked on, the one I'm referencing here, we were able to have a conversation with the aunt and also a relative to be able to keep that child back at our school, knowing that we were able to provide all the supports and resources that they need, because they were withdrawing that student to go live with another relative out of the city. So these things are relevant and immediately important for the schools. There's very little on the infrastructure side because the majority of us have already got it going and we already have the systems in place. We're here because we know it's a benefit to Texas kids across the state. We already have our system in place, and we're here to advocate to make sure that it is wide open for the full state of Texas.
Members, are there any questions? Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm a little troubled a little bit about this. Police officers are the first line of defense in this program, right? And the more significant or disproportionate number of children who are going through these traumatized events are children in black and brown neighborhoods. And those are the neighborhoods that don't necessarily have the same police community relationships that make a program like this work. And so what do you do to help police officers get over where they are to where they can be the first line of defense? I mean, do you understand my concern? Because this only works when a police officer recognizes that the child has gone through some kind of trauma, and the policeman then communicates that to the school. And if the police officer never does that, nothing ever happens. Or if, you know, he or she doesn't feel like that's a common event for that area, not a traumatizing event, then you get a different response as well. And so I'm curious as to how you get, or how we get police officers to really be in the place where we want them to be in terms of this program.
I agree. Shay
Would you
Mackin.
identify yourself?
Shay Mackin with National Parents Union. In speaking with the officers prior, I don't know if we can call them back up, but they are putting things in place where they cannot check out, is my understanding, on certain events without indicating the handle with Care for Kids, if there was a kid in there. So I don't know if you can call them back up or they can reach back out to you.
We have 8 more witnesses coming behind them.
I bet somebody can answer that.
Cynthia Rubio, principal at Kruger Middle School. I just want to state that when I receive these alerts, I see sometimes 1 to 7 children, and I don't see any sort of decisiveness from the angle of the police officer stating that, okay, well, the 17-year-old is going to deal with it different than the 11-year-old versus the 5-year-old. I get all of the children in the home, and sometimes they are siblings, half-siblings, or cousins. So I have not witnessed any sort of judgment or decision-making that would lead me to believe that they don't consider any child in that home dealing with stress or trauma.
Tyler Shoesmith, Northeast ISD. I think also it's important to notice with regards to our program in San Antonio, and this is what I would feel would be the complement in other cities around the state of Texas after having spoken to some districts and also to law enforcement agencies. They're all willing to step forward to be a participant in this. This is something that has been a voluntary process to be in this collaborative partnership to be able to provide these notifications. So I see that as evidence of the willingness to participate and be a part of that process, because what they understand, and from my conversations with them, is that because we're able to put these pieces in place, we're able to change the trajectory of kiddos that are involved in these instances where, when we talked about the ACEs and the different experiences they had, these are all compounding, and those brain development over time will be able to help be supported through mental health support, through counseling, and re-engage those pathways so kiddos aren't in that fight or flight situation for the rest of their lives. They're able to change their trajectory onto a possible better outcome versus if they had not received the notification.
Well, I was wondering if you have to do anything special for police officers, because in many of these neighborhoods, the police aren't looked on as somebody who comes to the neighborhood to help. That's not the way they're going to be looked at. And with that as the sort of backdrop, I'm just wondering if there's anything you have to do additionally in terms of sensitizing police officers to this program.
I'll tell you one, Tyler Shoesmith, Northeast ISD, sorry, I almost forgot. So what we have done to encourage officers, because like I said, it was a mandatory as a command decision coming down from SAPD. That's the way we understood it from their chief. But we were wanting to encourage them to send those notifications in. So we had, in our system, we had put in a way that the officers could send back or they could add into the notification their email address. And so that way our administrative staff and teachers could respond back to them, say, I received your notification. It's not a form letter. This is something we can send back quickly. That would be, customized directly to that officer. We appreciate it. We're going to take care of this kiddo. And that is what the officers needed to hear, to know that this isn't going off into a void. This isn't some larger computer system where it's just, an automated response. This is an actual person on the other end of the line that's receiving it, that's going to do the work with the kiddo that you referred to us. Because on the law enforcement side, they're sending it off, hoping that someone's going to be on the receiving end to take care of the kid.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. When we ask law enforcement to do something other than law enforcement, they don't tend to get that right in a lot of communities, particularly communities of color. And so I'm just wondering how we get over that hurdle. And is there something we can do to facilitate that to where the success of this program, I think it's a great idea. I think the goal is admirable. I'm just wondering, do we have enough teeth in the program that not only recognizes that a child is traumatized, but actually, this child becomes a child, not just a number. But anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further questions? Thank you so much. Jennifer Samansky, Monica Ayers, and Judy Powell. Jennifer, we're going to start with you first. We said that you are representing Combined Law Enforcement Association of Texas, and you are for the bill.
Correct. Thank you, Chairwoman and Vice Chair Hull and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Samansky, Director of Public Affairs for CLEAT, the Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas, here in support of the bill. I'm not going to be repetitive.
Thank you.
There's already been a lot of good testimony. But I was assigned prior to this job, I was with the Austin Police Department assigned to Intel, the Fusion Center, where we worked a lot with school districts. And sharing information is extremely important. That goes both ways. This bill, I see this as standardizing what I learned is already in place in parts of the state, which I didn't know that prior to looking into this bill and researching it, because we don't have it in Austin. Nothing like this exists in Austin. And so I'm happy to learn that there are areas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, and Houston, that do have something up and running like this. It's very useful and it can be used. I wanted to address some of the questions, though, that were brought up. One was what is the information where does this go and what do we do next with the information? After Santa Fe, security directors were put in place across the state and schools along with behavioral intervention teams. And this is a way to connect the dots, a way to understand how a child can be supported, what they're experiencing in relation to other information that might be coming in. It's just extremely important that all the information available is there for law enforcement administrators, counselors, and law enforcement. Because prevention is the goal, or intervention, whichever one is necessary, whichever one works. I also wanted to say, in response to Representative Dutton's comments, that I've been a police officer for 15 years, and never once have I not reported an incident to CPS based on the neighborhood I was in or the race, ethnicity of a child. And nor have I ever witnessed another officer do that. We respond to calls in all kinds of neighborhoods. We are mandated to report certain things to CPS. We're human beings. And, those things are reported to CPS promptly after we've observed that they've occurred. And I don't see this bill being any different in terms of what we would report. I see this as standardizing the process, similar to the CPS process where we report certain things to the appropriate authorities.
And Judy Powers, Monica Ayers, we see that you represent the Citizen Commission on Human Rights, Texas, and you're against the bill.
Yes. Monica Ayers, Madam Chair and committee members. We recognize and appreciate the fact that law enforcement wants to do something to help children. However, this has to be balanced against the privacy of children, parents, and families. We appreciate the changes in the original bill language, but law enforcement should not share deeply personal and sensitive information with a school unless the parent wants that. In addition, school districts should not screen or provide any kind of services based on the notices without parental consent. I understand the intention here to have police and school personnel care for kids after something happens in their life. All students should be treated with respect and care. But shouldn't they ask the parents what they want first before passing a note around school on their kid? If a peace officer suspects parental abuse or neglect, they can already notify CPS. Parents do have a need for family privacy. We saw this in one of our cases of a 13-year-old girl who took a mental health screening during a school program. After one screening, the program administrator said she had a high suicide rating. The parents wanted a second opinion. Despite her parents' objections, she was placed in a state mental facility by Child Protective Services, where she was held for months, was restrained 26 times, and was medicated with numerous psychiatric drugs. Needless to say, the parents were not happy with the outcome. Parents are already complaining that schools are questioning their children on their emotions, home life, and much more without their consent. It is the right and duty of every parent to direct the care, control, reasonable discipline, and protection of their child. We can assume most parents do a good job. Let's support them.
Right, Judy Power, Parents Guidance Center, and you're against the bill.
Yes, I am against the bill. Hi, my name is Judy Powell, and I am Communications Director and co-founder of Parent Guidance Center. I help parents involved in the child welfare system. HB 1537 is one of those bills that you hate to have to be against. On the one hand, I know its intent is good to help children, as you've all heard, who have been exposed to trauma and traumatic events. I totally get that part. But this bill scares me. And I've had 2 meetings with the bill's author, and so she's aware of some of my concerns, and I appreciate those meetings. I think this bill should give you pause. Sometimes bills start out one way, and they're actually turn out another way with unintended consequences and unexpected things. As with any bill, I started out with research, and what I found was disturbing. If this bill was akin to a Snapchat type alert that disappears after one day, a once point in time alert, I might not be so worried, but it's not. You see, Handle with Care is actually part of a comprehensive mental health intervention and tracking program that is done completely without parental consent of any kind. No one asks the parent if they want their child's school alerted. No one asks the parent if they are handling things a different way after the traumatic event. And instead of a one-time disappearing Snapchat-style alert, this information is held somewhere in a database. I'm left with so many questions after my research. I watched so many videos on this from all the different states and how they've implemented this. I want to ask those questions. What about the child's or the student's privacy? Does this alert live in the student's record? And if so, for how long? Does the alert go to just the school? Or in the bill, it says it goes to the Regional Education Service Center and then the school. So then is it housed in a database in the Regional Education Center? Is the information ever purged? Is trauma now going to be a scarlet letter for the child and follow them around? Is this really about creating a trauma surveillance registry? And what about private schools? The bill specifically says public school. So how will a police officer know, whether the child goes to private school or not, and you're not including them, only the public schools kids. I think I found some answers for you when I did a little more research. I went to a website, and they have Handle with Care Frontline Education. It's actually a data tracking software. And it says, what happens next when you have a Handle with Care program? After this tremendous step forward, it says, this point in the child's care is when the electronic health record system with mental health capabilities becomes extremely helpful to anyone in the district responsible for student care. That means tracking. There's other programs like Frontline School. A lot of the schools have those, and they talk about blending their Handle with Care program with those tracking software programs. Another part of the website said there are also features that pair especially well with the Handle with Care program. One that you might find especially helpful are the alerts in the system. If the student goes to the nurse's office and the nurse pulls up the student's
Judy,
record.
thank you. We know that you're against the bill, and we appreciate your testimony. Members, are there any questions?
Madam Chair.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. And to the CLEAT representative, do you agree that there is a different relationship between law enforcement in black and brown communities and other communities?
I've been a law enforcement officer for 15 years, working mostly in minority communities, so I'm speaking for myself that I never experienced that. But I also am, I'm not a member of that community myself, so I don't know. I'm not going to speak on behalf of the communities I've worked in, but that's my perspective.
No, I was asking about law enforcement.
We represent 27,000 law enforcement officers across the state.
Yeah, no, but I was asking, maybe you're not understanding my question, but
I understand your accusations 100%, and that was my response.
Well, I'm not making an accusation. I'm just trying to determine what the reality is. And what I'm trying to determine is whether or not you see a difference in law enforcement in black and brown neighborhoods versus the larger community.
I need a more specific question than that. This bill, we're responding to what we see. So just like when we go to a call and we are determining whether or not we need to contact CPS, because that's what this is about. This is about taking the information from the call that you just were on. And as Sharik pointed out, it is frustrating when we go to calls constantly, sometimes at the same homes, and we've called CPS over and over and over, and they haven't done anything. So that was a valid point that he made. This is an extra step where at least we know that when they go to school the next day, that someone there has been notified about it, and they, that this is assessing what we see and determining whether or not someone needs to be notified.
Well,
I
I
mean,
understand
you're
what the
going
bill-
way beyond that.
No. That may be your allegation, but that's not mine. I'm trying to get at, if this program relies on anything, it relies on a condition that doesn't exist now between certain communities and law enforcement. And
Well, I disagree with you, and that's all we can do is agree to disagree.
so you think that law enforcement applies the law equally in every neighborhood?
I do.
Then we don't have anything else to talk about.
Okay.
Vice Chair Hull.
I just wanted to, Ms. Powell was right in the middle of, I just wanted you to finish that. I wanted to hear that last thing that you were saying. Were you giving some statistic or?
Yes, the software programs that work with Handle with Care, she pointed out the Fusion Center. I wasn't going to say it, but she said it. They talk about identifying behavior patterns in students. So if a student who you are, quote, handling with care is being handled, you can easily access their historical data and add on an additional layer to their care. This doesn't sound like a 1 week disappear from the system thing. It sounds like a tracking kind of trauma surveillance registry, if you will. And to Chairman Dutton's point, if the police officers in any given neighborhood or anything like I've seen in the 19 years of CPS, I can say, yes, they are treated differently.
Thank you.
Members, are there any further questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Matt Greer. Roshini Coley. Amit Madwani. I know I may not be pronouncing those names correctly. All right, Matt, we show that you are representing the East Independent School District yourself, and you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm going to keep this pretty short. My name is Matt Greer. I'm currently the Safety and Risk Management Director at the Eanes Independent School District here in Austin. I retired from the Austin Police Department in 2019 as a lieutenant and director of the Austin Regional Intelligence Center. At that time, I didn't know I would be applying my knowledge of intelligence to my job in a school district, but that is what has happened. Since then, I have become a certified behavioral threat assessment consultant through the Texas School Safety Center. I manage our behavioral intervention team, which is required by state law and helps us to identify students in need of support. Our goal is to find students who are exhibiting signs of possible self-harm or violence towards others and to get them off that path. We do this by gathering information to try to determine who needs support, what type of support, and how much support to provide. Information held by schools and by law enforcement is currently siloed. We need each other to approach the growing problems of self-harm and targeted school violence more effectively. The state has created mechanisms for districts to push concerning information to law enforcement, like the iWatch Texas program. We need the information to flow the other way as well. Mental health support students receive at school is sometimes the only support they receive. We need to gather as much information as possible to help us do that more effectively. During my time at the Austin Regional Intelligence Center, the Parkland shooting, Santa Fe shooting, and the Austin bombing all took place. Those horrible crimes all involve young individuals, and I often wonder what sort of collaboration took place between their school districts and law enforcement, and I wonder if there were missed opportunities to intervene. In summary, key to preventing targeted school violence and self-harm and to keeping kids safe is sharing important information, and this bill would help us to do that.
All right.
Thank you.
Roshini Colley, I show that you are representing the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, and you're for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you pronounce your name for us?
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Thompson and Vice Chair Hull and the committee. My name is Roshni Kohli. I am a board-certified child and adolescent psychiatrist, and I serve as the Chief Medical Officer for the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute. As part of the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, the Trauma and Grief Center is a particular center that focuses on raising the standard of care and increasing access to best practice care among traumatized and bereaved children, adolescents, and their families. We are here today to testify for House Bill 1537, as we believe that the Handle with Care program is a simple yet impactful way in which to link law enforcement officers to be able to notify schools and to help schools to know when a traumatic event has occurred for a child. We know childhood trauma is common. It occurs when children experience a variety of different stressful events, including things like witnessing domestic violence and also losing a loved one. In fact, bereavement or sudden loss is one of the most common aspects of childhood trauma. It is the most frequently reported type of trauma among clinic-referred youth and the most common form of trauma in the general population. When a child experiences trauma, they can present with a variety of different ways. For some children, they may present with more prominent signs of grief or more complicated bereavement. They may be more tearful, they may withdraw, they may not be able to focus or pay attention as effectively. For other children, when they respond to trauma, they may respond with more disruptive behavior or anger. Oftentimes, when a child presents with unexpected behavior, instead of saying what's wrong with the child, we should really ask the question, what happened to the child? And the program like Handle with Care really allows us to provide teachers and school personnel to have the information that they need to be able to effectively address and respond to the type of trauma that children may be experiencing. So when we start to think a little bit more about bereavement, we know that it's a significant factor in justice-involved youth. Most detained youth report that the death of a close one, with over 70% experiencing 2 or more significant losses. Through a grant from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, the TAG Center was able to do a pilot with the Galena ISD, in which they were able to pilot the Handle with Care program and provided evidence-based training for over 2,000 individuals in the Galena ISD. They were able to tailor training for school educators and teachers, for bus drivers, for cafeteria workers, making sure that every individual at the school was able to recognize the signs and symptoms of trauma.
I apologize, I had my microphone off. Amit Motwani, you are representing the UPani Foundation and yourself, and you're for the bill.
That's correct.
3 minutes.
Amit Motwani with Rupani Foundation. Thank you, Chair Thompson, Vice Chair Hall, committee members, Representative Dutton. I'm here to speak in support of HB 1537, the Handle with Care bill. I've been privileged to work in human health and social services, weaving through all sectors, but very much in the nonprofit world over the last 25 years in Texas. That includes being on the front line directly with children and youth, of course, in executive management and in governance roles with boards, city and county commissions, in the public health arena, United Way executive, pretty much running the whole gamut. I've been able to see a lot of the problems and a lot of the solutions that are systemic and reoccurring and that are solved by different efforts in different sectors. There's a lot I don't need to tell y'all here, and I promise it's not in defiance of your guidance, Madam Chair, so I request your forgiveness in advance for my inclination towards stating the obvious, but this is a mental health bill. It is no longer an expert detail, but rather a mainstream fact that trauma, compounded trauma, is among the key building blocks of mental and behavioral health disorders. And y'all don't need me to tell you that because I see that this body and this committee that represents the larger legislative body is familiar with that. I see when Speaker Phelan and Appropriations Chair Bonin, Senator Cornyn even appear at the largest mental health research policy conference, the Meadows Conference that happened here in Texas, and speak to their commitment around improving and supporting young students' mental health. Their commentary demonstrates that the sophistication of this body represents how much we've grown substantially around mental health and how much more educated we all are around childhood trauma, and how when it's left unchecked, it can result in post-traumatic stress disorder or increase the risk of depression and anxiety, issues with drugs, alcohol use, eating disorders, suicidal thoughts and actions. But again, you don't need me to tell you that because you know it, and we actually do have the expert right here. I got lucky with Dr. Coley. Each time a child might be demonstrating a suboptimal behavior in school, what if we, as Dr. Bruce Perry, one of the leading researchers of our times, suggests, what if instead of asking children what's wrong with you, we asked what happened to you? That's what Handle with Care allows us to do. It flips the script on that fork in the road when we as a society choose how to react when a child demonstrates a behavioral issue that might be the result of trauma. In synopsis, you don't need me to tell you this, but I see a low-hanging fruit here, a solution that's been tested, implemented, ready to scale at low to no cost. I see another opportunity for increased care synergy between law enforcement and schools. I see a trauma-informed Texas. I've also got some thoughts on the important concerns raised by Chair Dutton and Representative Dutton and Vice Chair Hull on the policing equity and the software concerns, if you'd like me to address those as well. Thanks.
Members, are there any questions? Members, are there any questions? Thank you very much. Laura Colangio, Manny Manya Blasidel, and Lee Spiller. Laura, we're going to start with you first. I see that you are representing the Texas Private School Association and yourself and you for the bill.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Laura Colangelo, the Executive Director of the Texas Private Schools Association, representing the 920 private accredited nonprofit schools in the state. We are testifying for the bill for HB 1537, and we are in talks with her office to include private schools in this bill in an appropriate way. While it is likely that private school teachers and administrators would hear about something terrible happening in a family due to the small nature of the community, that's not certain in every case. So receiving this notification would ensure that they would get this important information. There is a database at private schools, tepsac.org, so it would not be too difficult to be able to find and get the contact information for the schools. We have a couple of concerns. One is a provision, and it might have changed already, that said you had to that the administrator receiving the information had to distribute it immediately to the other staff members in charge of the care of the child. And of course, this would happen most of the time, but I feel like there should be some discretion there in case there's a reason not to immediately notify the people involved with the child. Also, in the training aspect, we would want to make sure that private schools could develop their own mission-appropriate training for these kind of events when they happen. But we thank Representative Howard for this great idea, this common sense idea, in order to protect the children of Texas.
Manya Blasidel. I probably didn't pronounce that last
okay.
correct. I see that you're representing yourself and you are for the bill.
I am.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. My name is Manya Blaisdell, and I am just here as a child that did suffer a traumatic event. And I remember it would have been, as I read the bill, and I am thinking about how this definitely could have helped my family as having been, it might have saved our family from a whole host of things after the event. I'm thinking of my mother having to had called the school to tell them that my sister had died, and having lived through having to go to school after all of that, and having to explain things to people. I can think of many instances when it would have been great if I had showed up at school and everything had been known and people could have just supported me and walked me through my day, and maybe my mom wouldn't have had to be re-traumatized by having to do all the things she already had to do. So I'm just here because that's what the perspective I come from, not as a professional person, but just a person that had to live through a trauma as a young child. So that's all I had to say, actually.
And Lee Spiller, we're always delighted to see you. I see that you are representing the Citizen Commission on Human Rights, and you are against the bill.
Yes, ma'am. And I wanted to clarify some things because y'all have brought up some great questions. Absolutely, parents need to be the ones in the driver's seat on this. But it's this concept of trauma and these adverse childhood experiences. You know, we all hear the term ACEs, and we hear the insinuation that they predict that a person will have problems later on. But I'm looking at a study from JAMA Pediatrics here where they're talking about, you know, they're great for predicting group differences, not so much for individual. And I think that's what worries me. If we use people's trauma against them, we're coming up with a new form of discrimination based on living in a low SES neighborhood or something like that, versus using that data to improve that neighborhood. And I think that's the problem that I have with this program, is it hits at these things on individuals who may never develop later problems. Whereas if we were to use the same data to target areas for community improvement and things like that, that would be appropriate. And I just wanted to say that because the issue keeps coming up and it comes up session after session. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1537? If not, the testimony on House Bill 1537 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Howard to close on her bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for this very thoughtful discussion and questions. And clearly, this is something that we can't take lightly. And I just want to clarify that this is something that partners, Chairman Dutton, I just want to say I totally agree with you that there are different ways that we have approached policing in different communities, and that we do have issues that have occurred and that still occur. What this is about, though, from my understanding of it, is an opportunity for us to do some partnering. Not that this solves everything, but it does create more of an opportunity for law enforcement to be involved with the children in the schools in an effort to address trauma that has been experienced. And I also want to clarify that there's nothing in this bill about the intervention. There's nothing about, I have my own personal opinions about what I would want to have done in the case of my own children, like y'all are talking about parental involvement. There's nothing in this bill that mandates any particular intervention. This is solely about saying a child has experienced something traumatic, handle with care. That's it. And what that is supposed to do, and what it has been done from those that are using this program already in their schools, is it alerts the school to the fact that they might want to just have some extra eyes on this child right now. They get training to notice, are there different behaviors going on? Where we might want to contact the parent, or we might want to contact the counselor. We might want to do whatever the schools normally do when they already notice things happening with youth. This is not something different in terms of that. We already have counselors and teachers who help their students when they notice that their students are having behavioral issues. This is nothing but saying, this child has experienced something traumatic. You might just want to know about that and pay attention. In terms of working with the folks that have come to talk to us, we are more than happy to try to continue to make this better, to address those concerns, to ensure that this is not any kind of a tracking system, that data is not kept, that, as one of the officers mentioned earlier, it's the name of the child, the school they go to, and getting notified. And the reason the education service centers have been involved, at least in Fort Worth, is that was a central place for law enforcement to report, and then the service center reported to the particular campus. It was just a way that they set it up. So I'm glad that we got to hear all of this, and I realize it's not an easy answer, but I do personally believe, from what I've heard from folks that have implemented this, that it is a very helpful tool when we're trying to struggle with how do we help these children. It is just notification. There is no intervention in this legislation. And I hope that we can continue to work on this and figure out a way that it addresses the concerns that folks have had and presented today. Happy to work with any committee members who have concerns that we can address. But I hope you will consider this favorably. And I'm happy to try to answer your questions. I'm sure y'all have heard all you need to hear right now, but even on the floor, I'd be happy to talk to you. And if there's nothing else, I can close.
Members, I need a question of Representative Howard. Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you.
Members, the chair moves to withdraw the substitute and to leave House Bill 1537 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn and the bill would be left pending. The chair now lays out House Bill 3639 and recognizes author Representative Morales to explain the bill.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Thompson and Vice Chairwoman Hull and members of this committee, thank you so much for the work you're doing on the Youth and Health and Safety Committee to protect our most valuable resource in the state of Texas, which is our children. Shortly after the horrific massacre in Uvalde, our team hosted 3 town halls about gun violence in schools and facilitated discussions about how we can best protect our children. Chief Lopez from HISD and Deputy Chris Wells from the Harris County Sheriff's Department suggested that officers need to have recurring active shooter training to retain the skills and protocol to protect lives during active shooter events. HB 3639 would require school resource officers to take active shooter training at least every training cycle to ensure they are prepared for active shooter events. We are working with Chief Lopez of the Houston ISD Police Department as well as the Sheriff's Association of Texas and have support from the Texas Association of School Resource Officers. As you are well aware, the shooting in Uvalde had a 77-minute response time. In contrast, during the recent tragedy at the Covenant School in Nashville, it took police 14 minutes to take down the shooter. 12 months prior, on March 27th, the school held an active shooter training. Nashville police officers have also said that training is what kicked in that day to take action. Safety training has proven to be effective at saving lives. This bill would ensure that students are protected and officers are prepared in their response and duties during an active shooter incident. Thank you for your consideration, and I reserve my right to close.
Members, are there any questions? All right, we have Jeffrey Foley and C.J. Evans. Jeffrey, I see that you are representing Texas Association of School Resource Officers, and you're for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
My name is Jeffrey Foley. I'm the president and TCOL training coordinator for the Texas Association of School Resource Officers. I am a 17-year police officer. 9 years of those were served as a school resource officer in a high school, and I'm currently the safety and security coordinator for a local school district. The Texas Association of School Resource Officers is an organization dedicated to providing training to school-based law enforcement officers across the state. We strive to help other officers provide a safe and secure learning environment to the students and the staff that they serve. Every single thing that we train for as police officers is a perishable act. Training is meant to be repeated. It's meant to be done over and over again, and to develop that muscle memory that we can get. This bill, while it sounds simple to do one training every 2 years, is important. These officers going into these schools need to know exactly how to proceed to going into those schools and not forget what they're doing. Our goal when we go into an active shooting situation or an active killing situation is to stop the threat. That is our only goal, and that is all we're focused on, is stopping the threat and protecting everyone else inside the building. By continuing to train and continuing to practice, we can hone those skills and be better prepared to serve our students.
All right, C.J. Evans, we show that you are, Chairman, did you have a question? Chairman King? No. We show that you are representing the Fort Worth Independent School District and yourself, and you are for the bill.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman.
3 minutes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Vice Chairwoman, and members of the committee. My name is CJ Evans. I'm a mother of 4 children in public school and a member of the Fort Worth ISD School Board. I'm here to speak in support of HB 3639, which calls for school resource officers to receive active shooter training at least once every 2 years. I want to thank Representative Morales, Lozano, and Rose for supporting this bill. Given the climate that we live in, it is a step in the right direction. However, I would request that in time, the bill be expanded to increase the requisite number of trainings for our school resource officers. In Fort Worth ISD, all of our school resource officers are Fort Worth PD officers. Our school resource officers get active shooter training at least once every 12 months. On top of that, many of our SROs actually act as the active shooter training instructors during summer months. They also work on active shooter training scenarios throughout the school year with the local neighborhood police officer, as the NPO is likely to be that second line of defense in such a situation. An active shooter training scenario is a high-risk, low-frequency event. But if officers aren't trained frequently enough, that skill will diminish and perish, like you said. Active shooter training and protocol should be something that is perpetually evaluated, not just once every 2 years. Lastly, the state should pay for or provide some financial offset to the local education agencies who provide such training to their school resource officers. Thank you all for listening to me today, for considering this bill, and I ask that in the future it be considered to be expanded.
Vice Chair Hull.
Thank you. And really for either of you, right now, how often is this training happening? I know you kind of talked about some different timeframes, but I see currently that what's in code is there's no requirement for the amount of times. So kind of is what's typical? Do some school resource officers only do it once and then never do it again? Or
Currently.
Would you identify yourself?
Yes, ma'am. I
Go ahead.
apologize. Jeffrey Foley, President and Training Coordinator for Texas Association of School Resource Officers. Currently, the only guideline is that the state requires for an officer to earn his school-based law enforcement certificate, which must be obtained within 185 days, or 180 days, excuse me, of appointment as an SRO. He must attend a solo response to active shooter course, which was, I believe, Senate Bill 2195, or take an alert class. After that, there is no such requirement to continue training.
okay, so after that, they could never do active shooter training ever again?
Essentially, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, are there any further questions? Members, we have TEA here at, thank you very much. Members, we have TEA here as a resource if there's anyone who would like to ask any question of them. Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3639? If not, the testimony on House Bill 3639 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Morales to close on her bill. Just 1 minute. Are you with TEA?
Ma'am, I'm with TCOL, Commission on...
Did you sign up to testify?
I believe I am.
Do you believe? Okay, then would you check with the clerk here and see if we have your name, please?
What is your name?
Cullen Grissom,
You signed not to testify. You want to
Okay.
testify?
if I may.
You, okay then, take a seat. Mr. Cullen Grissom, you sign up not to testify. With your permission, may we change that you are testifying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And you are representing the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, and
I
you are neutral on the bill. Now, is that correct?
That is correct.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, my name's Cullen Grissom. I'm the Deputy Chief of the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement over Education Services. And I was led to believe there might be some questions of us on the impact of the bill.
Who led you to believe that?
My Director of Government Relations.
Okay. Members, are there any questions? Okay, Chairman King.
Thank you, Cullen, since you made the effort to come up here. So what is the current training requirements? I think somebody said earlier a minute ago, but then can you repeat those?
The previous witness was correct. The only required active shooter training is for an individual who is employed by a school district or a school resource officer as an assignment, and they must do it one time in order to get their school-based law enforcement certificate from the Commission on Law Enforcement.
It's my understanding, based on my recent knowledge about this, that most departments in the state send people in there for this training, at least at some point in their career, don't they?
I think it's accurate to say most departments in their...
I'm not talking about school departments. I'm talking about any
law enforcement agencies in general.
So what does that training look like nowadays?
There are several versions. The minimum requirements for school-based law enforcement is an 8-hour course that the Commission on Law Enforcement publishes the state objectives on. Another version would be the Alert Level 1, which is a 16-hour course, and then Alert has actually a whole suite of courses in different veins of active shooter response.
Yeah. This legislation doesn't speak to which level of class they go to, does it? Or does it?
It's not specific about the length or duration of the training in the language of the bill as I have it.
So, in a previous committee hearing, in another committee that I'm on, it came up that this was from the Alert people. They were advocating for live training or live situational type training in addition to classroom training because, all battle plans are good till the first shot is fired, and every fist fight's a good idea till you get hit. And so, how often is that any part of what they're doing now?
Both the 8-hour course that I described and the Alert Level 1 course have what we would call force-on-force training, simulation training.
Yes, sir.
As components of that, and that is the active skill I believe the folks from Alert were probably describing.
Right. Yeah, how expensive is it on the current departments currently? What do they charge for somebody to go through that?
I don't have good numbers on that, Representative. It does require protective equipment, specialized training to teach the course. So there are certainly some costs on the training provider. There's some consumables in terms of ammunition and cleaning supplies and all of those things that go into that active training. It's certainly more than somebody with a PowerPoint.
But I haven't heard from any departments that acted like it would be a prohibitive cost, though.
Alert tends to do most of their training under grant funding, so there's no tuition-based cost, to my knowledge, on most of Alert's products.
Right.
A lot of the other courses are taught by regional training providers or taught internal to an agency.
Right, yeah, I know some of the larger agencies do it themselves, I think, yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further questions? Ms. Grissom, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify for, on, or against House Bill 3639? If not, the testimony on House Bill 3639 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Morales to close on her bill.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. So the LBB does not anticipate a fiscal note, and active shooter training courses are approved by TCOL, and the trainings are grant funded. So, we researched that as well. But I just wanted to share that I did have a child, Jake, give me a letter claiming that he found a solution to save children during a school shooting. He said, "We should provide all students with a bulletproof vest." In his letter, he told me, quote, "Please Just let children be able to feel safe and know that they will survive their day at school, end quote. How sad is it that our children are trying to advise us on how to protect their lives in schools? Our children are scared, and it's our responsibility to save them from any more trauma and tragedies at school. Chairwoman Thompson and committee members, I request your favorable support to save our children's lives. And with that, I close.
Members, are there any questions of Representative Morales? Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, the chair moves to leave House Bill 3639 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The bill will be left pending. The chair lays out now House Bill 4882 and recognizes its author, Representative Day Yaya. You know I done killed your name. To explain the bill, but you can tell us, you can pronounce it for us. Okay, then, Representative Lozano, would you offer up the committee substitute to this bill? And Representative Day Yaya will explain the substitute.
Well. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members. Thank you for this opportunity to present this bill, 4882. This is a pretty simple cleanup additive bill that's going to help with public safety. State law requires a Texas School Safety Center establish a random or need-based cycle for the center's review, which is plans for these hazard events. And what the current statute doesn't have is a necessity or mechanism for the school districts to be working with other first responders in preparing or commenting on their plans. That is, for everyone to be on the same page. This bill does that. House Bill 4882 would require that the school submit and seek feedback from the Texas School Safety Center regarding the plan and to consult with local law enforcement to make adjustments to the plan as necessary. This is basically a cleanup to make it work better and work right, especially in light of recent events. Let me pause right there and see if I can answer any questions.
Members, are there any questions? We have none.
Okay. With that, I reserve my right to close.
Okay, then. All right. Is there anyone here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4882? If not, the testimony on House Bill 4882 is now closed, and the chair recognizes its author to close on the bill.
Well, then I'm going to take this time to just enunciate a little bit. De Ayala. Now, my wife just says of 31 years.
De
Ayala.
Ayala.
But my wife of
Ayala.
31 years just says Diala. So whatever works, works for me.
Okay.
That's why you have the first name Mono, so you never have to say that last name.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time. With that, I close.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you very much. Members, the chair moves to withdraw the substitute and leave House Bill 4882 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn. Okay.
The chair lays out House Bill 4449 and recognizes Chair Thompson to explain the bill.
Members, this session, members have introduced legislation seeking to address students' behavior using current tools and disciplinary placements, but Representative Reynolds was very concerned that the proposals such as truancy reform and emphasis on zero tolerance and exclusionary discipline would take us down the wrong path in terms of supporting students and educators. So in order to make good policy that balances the needs of students, families, and educators in our schools, he's urging members to gather all available information and evaluate how current policies and practices are impacting students' safety, security, and attrition rates. This bill, House Bill 4449, provides a historical opportunity for stakeholders from diverse backgrounds to work together to understand and make recommendations regarding school safety and discipline in Texas. The composition of the task force that would be developed would be a model after the Collaborative Task Force on Public School Mental Health Services, authored by the chair of this committee, Representative Thompson, and passed in the 2019 legislature, House Bill 906. The charges outlined in the task force's consideration are drawn in part from Texas A&M study and report authorized by the legislature in 2007 and published in 2011. The study culminating in the report titled Breaking School Rules, a statewide study on how school discipline relates to student success and juvenile justice involvement. This report offers critical data and insights into our school discipline system, their effectiveness in addressing students' behavior, and their impact on students' academic success. Given all of the ways that our world and our schools have changed since this study was published in 2011, now is the time to re-examine our school discipline system and make data-informed and evidence-based recommendations to better support students and educators. Having a safe learning environment is vital to a child's success in the classroom and is critical issues for retaining our talented teachers and educational professionals. This bill would give the legislature the ability to gain firsthand knowledge on ways in which Chapter 37 has both failed and succeeded, and actions the state can take in future to increase school safety and student success. Task force would be composed of the following representatives: the commissioner or the commissioner's designee, 2 parents of students enrolled in public school, 2 school administrators, 2 public schools educators, a licensed clinical social worker, a school counselor, a licensed specialist in school psychology, 2 school safety and discipline expert, a representative from the Texas School Safety Center, other identified as the task force for representation. We have heard feedback regarding other potential professionals to be included on the task force and how the members are appointed. And Representative Reynolds look forward to working with anyone with recommendation to ensure all successful perspectives are representative. With that, Madam Chair, I would like to reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions? Chair calls up Alicia Tuff, Andrew Hairston, and Maureen Molick. Andrew Hairston.
Yes, ma'am.
With the with Texas Appleseed, and also representing yourself, and you're for the bill.
Yes. My name is Andrew Hairston. I direct the Education Justice Project at Texas Appleseed, and happy to testify for HB 4449, pardon me. I've just handed you all a copy of our latest report entitled School Safety and Threat Assessments, Assessing the Student Beyond the Threat. And this reflects some of the testimony that I've offered to this committee earlier in the session, that there have been robust discussions about Chapter 37 and amendments to it over the past 3 years. And we believe that there are robust provisions in state law, particularly in the Education Code, to address a number of concerns that are coming up. But if we consider what has unfolded over the past few decades, there are concerns that arise in thinking about how the school-to-prison pipeline still operates in the state of Texas. One piece of it is that disciplinary alternative education programs were pitched to various local education agencies as a stopgap between suspensions and expulsions and the general classroom assignments of young people. But a number of parents and young people and other education stakeholders have offered their perspective that the academic instruction in DAEPs are often lacking, and that they are these kind of placeholders for young people where they are sent indefinitely and not, providing that necessary education for them. And so with this task force that's created by HB 4449, this would be an opportunity, and just as an example with the DAEPs, to look at a program that was intended to do something to stop the school prison pipeline that has probably not, lived up to its fulfilled promise, and to have this multidisciplinary team represented by what Chairwoman Thompson just laid out, to address the various concerns that come up in school discipline in 2023 and have all stakeholder voices really incorporated into efforts to reform school discipline and to make safe and supportive school environments for all young Texans. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Alicia Tuff, IDRA, for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful.
Dear Chair Thompson and honorable members of the committee, my name is Alicia Tuff, and I'm an Education Policy Fellow at IDRA. I am testifying for the bill. IDRA supports HB 449 as a common sense measure that will provide critical data analysis and recommendations relating to the state of Texas school discipline policies and practices. The bill creates a task force with broad representation that will review Chapter 37 of the Education Code, the state school discipline safety law. The composition of this task force is modeled after the Collaborative Task Force on Public School Mental Health Services, authored by Chair Thompson and passed by the legislature in 2019. Since its creation in 1995, Chapter 37 has been amended several times to reflect changes in state and federal laws related to school safety and student discipline. While these changes were well-intended in practice, Chapter 37 has become confusing, in some places conflicting, particularly with respect to the use of exclusionary discipline practices like disciplinary alternative education programs. In addition, Chapter 37 has evolved significantly in the last decade with the introduction of threat assessment teams and campus behavior coordinators as key personnel involved in discipline decision-making. The legislature authorized a similar study in 2007, which yields important information and data recommendations. Students should be given ample opportunities to succeed in their classroom environments, and legislators should prioritize investment in evidence-based strategies that address the root causes of student behaviors, proactively build positive school environments, and support educators. HB 449 will help identify ways to do just that. This bill will allow the task force to study and make recommendations to address the disproportionate impact of exclusionary school discipline practices on students with historically marginalized backgrounds, including students of color and students with disabilities. Additionally, it would help to identify the best supports for students, schools, and educators to respond to critical changes in our lives, including the coronavirus pandemic and unprecedented impact of youth mental health crises. HB 449 will allow the task force to gather the most up-to-date data and facilitate a thorough investigation of the challenges faced by students, educators, and families in creating and sustaining a safe and welcoming school environment, and implementing best practices to promote safe and supportive learning environments for all students and educators. We urge you to support HB 449 as it will strengthen Texas schools by ensuring students have the best safe school environments that do not rely on harmful discipline policies, rather implemented evidence-based policies and practices that help every child feel seen, heard, and valued.
Members, any questions? Oh, Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. Would it surprise you to know that students who are doing well academically don't end up with much of the discipline.
Say that one more time, please, sir.
Sorry?
You said it one more time, please.
I didn't understand what you said.
I was asking you to repeat yourself.
Oh, I was trying to ask whether or not you agree that students who are higher on the academic achievement side happen to be disproportionately lower on the discipline side.
You could say that.
Okay. Because I asked that because one of the child psychologists we heard from in public ed, when asked the question of whether or not a child's academic achievement causes their lack of academic achievement causes their behavior, or does the behavior cause their lack of educational achievement? You know which one he said?
What was his response?
Their lack of educational achievement causes their behavior.
But also you have to consider there can be a student that is smart and well capable, getting good grades, but also getting in trouble disciplinary wise because there are other issues to consider, like if that child is being bullied, and they...
Yeah, I'm not arguing that point. I'm not arguing that there's some outliers, some kids that obviously don't fit that, but that the majority of the kids do fit that. And that if we want to really address the discipline problem, what we'll do is do something about raising the education outcomes of those children.
If I may, Chairman Dutton.
Will you state your name?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Andrew Hairston from Texas Appleseed. I really appreciate Alicia's reflection on the coronavirus pandemic and the provisions on behavioral and mental health. They're uplifted by the task force, but also it uplifts what teachers have access to and what they don't have access to. And so to your point, perhaps if I may, the thought that if teachers are adequately resourced and prepared to address the various concerns that are coming out of the pandemic, certainly children display their brilliance intrinsically in different ways, but they certainly have to be nurtured by the adults who are charged with their care and with their educators, and with this task force and its emphasis on preparing teachers and, in a sense, ensuring teacher diversity. I'm sure that would help, lift the tide for all young people across Texas to have their educational attainment reflect their brilliance, and then also probably see that relationship between discipline and...
Well, I was only asking that question because this seems to focus on the discipline aspect of it as opposed to raising the academic success of these children. And that if we want a better outcome in terms of the discipline aspect, we probably ought to look, at least, in my opinion, at how do we raise the education outcomes of children.
If I may respond again, there might be an element of education within discipline. I'm sure my parents would agree as they raised me, that as they instilled discipline, that certainly they were educating me on ways to be in the world and try to relate to other people and to society. And so there certainly is that emphasis on discipline within the bill, but if it is kind of reflected in this way that uplifts restorative practices and alternative forms to exclusion of discipline, then perhaps education can be incorporated into the conversation around discipline, and it doesn't necessarily have to have the negative correlation that it's had in the past.
Well, I'm not sure I disagree or agree with you. I just know that the children who we seem to have the most discipline problems with are the children who academically are achieving less than the other students. And that from my perspective, if we want to improve the student discipline, we probably ought to look at making sure that we provide every child with an education that in my opinion, unlocks the genius in that child.
Yeah.
because then you get a better, everything's better at that point. You mentioned DAEPs having had something to do with the creation of that. It was an alternative to, as you know, before DAPs, what we did at that time was expel kids to the street. And that simply wasn't a very good alternative.
Right.
Now, when we created DAPs, we never thought that would be a lesser academic setting, because our whole objective was to make sure that you had at least similar or better outcomes than you did in the traditional classroom.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen, so that's one of the things we need to take a look at. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Chair calls up Shanna Fancher and Gary Bledsoe. Shanna Fancher?
Yes, it's Shanna Fancher.
With the Texas Council of Administrators of Special Education, and you're also representing yourself, and you're neutral on the bill?
Actually, could I change that to for the bill?
Yes. Yes.
No, can't do that.
For a prize,
It's too late. Yeah, for
It is changed. You're now showing for the bill.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Thompson and members of the committee. Thank you so much for your time and attention today, and the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 4449. My name is Dr. Shanna Fancher, and I am the Executive Director of Special Services for Marble Falls ISD and a board member for the Texas Association of Administrators of Special Education. I support the creation of the task force to study discipline policies and practices. However, I would like to recommend two specific changes. Under the bill, restraint is categorized as a punitive measure, and we believe that this does not reflect the proper use of restraint. We suggest recategorizing it as a crisis prevention intervention. Restraint, as it relates to students with special education needs, is not and should not be considered a disciplinary practice. Restraint is used as a method to prevent imminent harm to self and others, and can only be used as a last resort to ensure safety. I believe that the bifurcation of behavior and discipline in policy is necessary so that there is a clear understanding of the intent of a restraint for all stakeholders. I have many stories from my nearly 20 years of experience in special education that demonstrate the necessity of providing teachers and administrators a method to protect students from imminent harm. Restraint is difficult. I do not know a single teacher who wants to restrain a student. Oftentimes, it is the teacher who receives injuries. However, when faced with the alternative, there is very little choice. When students with disabilities cause harm to themselves or others, and it is a manifestation of their disability, discipline is not an option under the law, and furthermore, it is not effective. Finally, I would love to see an experienced special education director that understands the intersection between discipline and special education, the extensive training that is required of teachers, and the reporting requirements associated with restraint on the task force. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I look forward to working with the bill author and other interested stakeholders.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you. And we show you as Gary Bledsoe, is that right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
With Texas NAACP, and you're also representing yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I'll just be very brief. I just want to say that I think it's a great thing to actually conduct this research over time and to go to what Chair Dutton asked about earlier. I think the issue that he raised in reference to the academic standing of students is one of those things that would probably be studied, and you could look at it and have a better understanding. Because I think what he had indicated was someone asked him the question whether or not it was a causative factor or whether or not it was a factor being caused by the discipline. So I think that it makes good sense to do that, and I would suggest that if one does look at that one look at the issue of discretion, because I think one of the reasons we have the numbers being what we've seen in the past that Texas Appleseed and others have identified is that authorities have a lot of discipline, and some students are able to get the benefit of discretion, and other students are not able to get the benefit of discretion. So I think that could actually skew the numbers too. And so I think those things should all be looked at, but I think it's a bill that will move us forward and not backwards. So I strongly support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4449? Seeing none, the testimony on House Bill 4449 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Chairwoman Thompson to close on the bill.
I close.
Members, do you have any questions? Members, the chair moves to leave House Bill 4449 pending. Are there any objections? Chair hears none. The bill will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 4625 and recognizes Chairwoman Thompson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. House Bill 4625 is designed to strengthen Texas laws relating to prevention and response to racial and other forms of identity-based bullying by establishing the following provisions. The bill defines identity-based bullying and makes it clear that bullying on the basis of a student's protected status is prohibited. While this may seem like common sense, this provision is necessary because teachers have reported feelings unequipped and afraid to effectively address identity-based bullying and harassment due to misinformation about Texas education laws pertaining to prohibited concepts that can be taught and discussed in schools. The bill requires employees who witness or learn about an incident of bullying to report it to the appropriate school officials, aligning with recent guidance issued by TEA. The bill requires schools to offer a range of supportive measures to ensure student safety and provide recommendations for students to be successful in the classroom after experiencing a bullying incident. This builds on current law, which requires schools to offer counseling to impacted students. Many students are understandably derailed academically after being the victim of bullying, and it's important for schools to work with students and families to support students. The bill established clear guidelines for documenting, investigating, and resolving reports of bullying, addressing a significant gap in current law. While current bullying laws and TA guidance requires schools to establish a policy to address bullying, schools' practice in this regard varies dramatically across the state. The bill seeks to ensure fairness and transparency for all impacted participants and accountability for schools by requiring written documentation of bullying reports and investigation findings so that all students and families are involved in the resolution of a bullying issue. The bill makes clear that bullying prevention policies and instructional standards address identity-based bullying as part of the educational and positive school culture building efforts. Finally, the bill requires schools to collect and report data regarding the prevalence of identity-based bullying to better understand the frequency of these incidents ongoing. Today, we're going to hear disturbing stories from families about the horrific things their children have experienced in our schools. These families have been fighting for basic human dignity and respect for their children, and unfortunately, their schools have failed to protect and support their children. And because their schools have failed them, these children are often forced to defend themselves from verbal and cyberbullying and physical assault. In many of these cases, students defending themselves have ended up in the DAEP, while the students who engage in the harmful behavior are not held accountable. Worse still, these students have experienced severe mental health crises that derail them academically and emotionally. Their stories are just a handful of the hundreds of students and parents fighting to deal with this unacceptable behavior. Madam Chairperson, I reserve the right to close, and I'm available to answer questions if there are any.
Members, are there any questions? The chair calls up Sharday Magaya, Phyllis Gambles, and Tracy Kemp. We show you as, did I say it right, Sharday Magahe, and you're representing yourself, and you're for the bill.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
I gotta read mine. I'm not savvy like nobody else. So. Okay. So my name is Sharday Magahe. I'm from Lubbock, Texas. My kids attend Lower Bush Middle School. My kids have experienced racism on many different levels to the point that it has affected their mental and physical health. Some things that they have endured are being turned upside down in the hallway and called monkey while the principal names it as horseplay. Playing whipping sounds from their phones in my children's ears and other students that also attend their school. Pulling up to our residence, throwing glass objects and making monkey noises over our fence. Telling my daughter that they have been given a pass to use the N-word with a hard ER. When this is brought to administration, they have been informed that saying the N-word is just another word and it doesn't hurt people, or stating that that type of language was used as a mistake. When my daughter asked the superintendent what was the definition of zero tolerance, he didn't have an answer for that. This all began the school year of April 2021 and have yet to be taken seriously. It has now trickled down to the elementary schools. For an example, a little boy told my 10-year-old daughter that she looks like a black autistic monkey. This occurred just last Friday. I have filed an OCR complaint that was investigated, and all that has come from that was me given the opportunity to transfer my kids to another school. This is a crisis. This is a pandemic. I come here before you guys today begging that you guys hear our cries and for myself and other parents, and consider passing this bill into effect, and let's come together to make a change now and for the future of our kids. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? I'm sorry about what happened to your kids.
Thank you.
Phyllis Gambles, we show you the Lubbock chapter of the NAACP, Legal Redress and Self, and for the bill.
I am Phyllis Gambles, Lubbock chapter NAACP, Legal Redress. This is very emotional for me because I take every call for every parent. Her children are in Lubbock Cooper, but I sit before you today to say that we have a pandemic in Lubbock, Texas, throughout Texas, but definitely Lubbock, Texas. If you caught the name of that school, that's Laura Bush Middle School, former First Lady. Lubbock Cooper ISD, Lubbock Friendship ISD, Lubbock ISD. I'm a graduate of Lubbock ISD. Sudan ISD, Slayton ISD. Bullying is out of control. I talk to parents with fourth graders who consider suicide. I talk to parents with children who cry because they don't want to go to school. The common factor and the importance of this bill is that when we go before the school boards, and we've been before many, they have no idea what to do. And the school boards that might have an idea could absolutely care less. We need this bill because there needs to be a firm definition of what happens when a child is called a monkey, when a child is turned upside down, when a child is followed in a school hall with an app that makes a whipping sound indicative of slavery. We need guidelines for that. The common factor is they have no idea. I stood before a school board as just assistants to a 15-year-old who asked, what is zero tolerance in this school district? Not only did they not answer her, they went on to say they didn't have to answer her. We have no ramification for the bullies. But when a victim has had enough and they retaliate, we immediately have the process for them. I have 14-year-olds that have been arrested. I have children that have gone from straight A students, could have definitely been the valedictorian. Instead, tried to commit suicide, ended up in a mental hospital, and is alienated from her family. We have a pandemic in Lubbock, Texas, of racism that has been documented for almost 2 years with no resolution. I beg you to pass this bill.
Members, any questions? Oh, Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. Let me ask you, who's your state representative?
My state representative is Charles Perry.
That's the senator.
Senator.
Yes.
What's the other gentleman? Burrows. Burrows.
Have you spoken to him at all
We did.
about this? You have?
We did this
And
morning.
what was-
This morning in his
Oh, this
defense.
morning,
We
not
only
before.
spoke to him this morning.
Okay. And has he indicated that he'd be willing to help you?
Absolutely, he did.
Okay, because he would be the first person I would tend to want to talk to. And so what does the school board member that represents you say?
In the Cooper School Board situation, which these parents, children stood before, it is a absolute dismissed. I've never been so insulted as a Black professional woman as I was standing before that school board. Because again, we're talking about a year ago, and these issues were made very clear. The children stood before the school board. To me, it's a little bit different because we get emotional if you're dealing with the parents. But when you have children standing and saying, I told my principal it was not horseplay to be turned upside down and hung like this, right? And then to be called a monkey. And we didn't even get a response from that school board until we went to NBC News with this story.
Well, it sounds to me like what you all are experiencing is outside the parameters of what this bill does. And I'm not trying to make light of it, but I'm trying to tell you that we've got a problem then in Lubbock that exists, that no amount of legislation that we pass here is going to help it. I think what we've got to do is figure out how to get at the issue of what's causing the district to respond in the way it is, and the teachers, I assume, who are responding in the same vein. You're not getting any relief from the teachers? Are you?
No.
The principal?
No.
The school superintendent?
No.
The school board?
No.
That's a problem, because that's where you're supposed to go if you have a problem. And that's who ought to be addressing whatever problem you have. As a member of the Public Education Committee, I can tell you that the members of that committee, I will talk to the chairman about what you all have said here today. And I get my staff to get my card to you so that whatever help I can be,
Yes.
if you'll call me, I'll come to Lubbock.
Please.
And I would like to see if the extent of the problem and to what extent that the whole Committee on Public Education can help you.
Yes.
Because I think that therein lies the problem that you're facing, because even with this bill passed, the problems that you're facing are still going to be there. And we need to do something to address it.
I absolutely agree with you. Our issue is in that particular city, they don't expect anyone to take a stand. They don't expect this. So the bill is a step.
Right.
And we welcome you.
What percentage of the student body is students of color?
2%. 2%.
2%, only 2%. Okay, well, I'd like to talk to you after
Yes,
this, and
thank
I
you.
don't take up the time, Mr. Chairman. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, and Chairman Dutton asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask, but follow up on what he said. How many districts did you say there were in Lubbock? You named off about 4, didn't you?
I named off 5.
5.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is the African-American population dispersed throughout those 5 districts? Or is it mostly concentrated in 1 or 2 or 3 of them?
No, it's throughout the city.
And so, yeah, and it's going to be a couple of percentage, 2 or 3% in each one of those districts?
Yes, sir. Lubbock ISD will have more African-American students.
And those school district boundaries have been in place, I suppose, for many, many, many years. Those don't ever change with redistricting or anything.
Well,
Those
Lubbock
have been in-
Cooper and Lubbock Friendship are fairly new.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, members? Okay. Tracy Kemp, we show you representing yourself and you're for the bill.
Hi, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Tracy Kemp, and I sit before you as a parent. I am not an expert on bills. I don't know a lot about how this political system works, but I'm sitting here before you because I moved to Lubbock, Texas 2 years ago from Grand Rapids, Michigan. And my experience in Texas, it's been horrific. My son, Braden, was in eighth grade last year when 2 months into the school year, he was called a nigger. And all of these racial things that Sharday talked about, I went to the school. All of these things were documented. All of these, I drive an hour from work every day. Anytime there was an incident, I would leave work to make sure that my child was okay. We've been in front of the board. We've been in front of, I've had to make a call to the FBI hotline because that's how bad it had gotten in our school district. And until NBC did a nightly news story is when the school district actually recognized that there was a racial bullying that occurred. That was almost 10 months later. And I sit before you because this bill might not protect my child now, and it might not protect his brother that's in 6th grade or his sister that's in 5th grade that does not want to go to that school. That's our district. We didn't bust into there. We live in that district. Our tax dollars go to fund that school. And my child doesn't want to go there in fear that she will be talked about, discriminated against, bullied, harassed. There was a page created called Monkeys of Laura Bush Middle School. It was an Instagram page, and the tagline said, "Send pictures of monkeys," and my child is the first picture on there. And I just want you guys to understand, as a 14, 15-year-old boy in a new school, in a new city, and that's how these people perceive him. The mental health, we know that school shootings and teen suicide is because of bullying. And as a parent, what am I supposed to do? I've done everything except for, excuse me guys, beat their parents up. I've gone to the police. I've gone to the school board. I've gone to my principal, vice principal. I've been to Washington, D.C. to talk about this because it is that bad. And if I could be here before you and this bill could maybe help guide some teachers, help guide some administrators or principals or school districts so that they can save other children. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? I'm sorry about what happened to your child.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
The chair calls Mary Pegis.
Piggies.
Piggies. Piggies. Paige Duggins Clay, Trinity Hawkins. Mary
Piggies.
Piggies?
Piggies.
Piggies. You're representing yourself and you're for the bill.
I am for the bill, and I am representing myself and my daughter here. We have went through things that's similar. My name is Mary Piggies. We have went through things that's similar to what Sade and them was saying earlier. I used to serve on the school board there in Slayton, Texas, and for 2 years we've been going through this, through the board, through the school, through the things. She's in counseling, mental counseling right now, and it's to the point to where she don't even want to go. She, like she said, this is emotional because we done been everywhere. We don't know what else to do, nowhere else to go, but something must be done. And I want Trinity to tell her story. Is that what you mean?
1 minute.
Yeah, I did. You don't mind.
I'm sorry.
King.
If I may, I meant to ask this one earlier there. Several of the witnesses have commented on 2 years. Now, that could just be the amount of time that that particular child was in that particular school. But is this something that's really been noticeable in one of those school districts in the last 2 years, but 10 years ago it wasn't an issue? That's what I'm getting at. Do you have any kind of frame of reference for that? Well, yeah, well, you can't answer it. I mean, we can bring you up here in a minute. As follow.
10 years ago, my son,
That's
my
just
baby,
the rules here. I'm not trying to be rude.
my
I
baby
apologize.
is 41 years old, and when they went through the system, it wasn't there. That kind of racism was not there. I know when I went to school, it wasn't there, and I'm 65. But it's just something here in the last 2 to 3 years that magnified it. People feel emboldened to feel like they can say what they want to say and do what they want to do, and it is nothing can be done about it.
Is it on all the campuses and all the districts, or just a handful of them?
Well, from the parents and things that I talk to, the phone calls that I get, it seems like it's like they says the pandemic just spreading, and that's what we get.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. Did you say you are on the school board or were on the school board? Were? Okay. And how long have you been off the school board?
Oh, about 20 years or more.
And you were elected, I assume?
I was.
Okay. And you just quit, or you got unelected, or what happened?
Well, at that time, my children had graduated. And so I was just moving over for the next parent that want to step in and be active. So I just left this.
Okay. And were you able to do, sort of address some of these problems when you were on the school board?
We didn't have these problems at that time.
You didn't have it? And so when did it start to sort of raise its ugly head? I think you answered.
Yeah, about 2-3 years ago, I had wrote a letter to the superintendent when she was in 8th grade. And she was dealing with all the racism and name calling, and the teachers choose not to hear it, and when she respond back, they hear what she says, but they don't never hear the other side. So I addressed the superintendent. I went to the board meeting, and I also addressed the board meeting about it.
I talked to the principal, and I talked to each individual teacher. Nothing is done. No feedback.
What do they tell you? Were they even listening to you, or do they have anything to say that we're going to investigate it, we're going to do something about it, or we're going to what?
We'll get back to you, and I'm still waiting today. So it's the next board, so I'm there every board meeting. I'm there every chance I can get, and I talk to them all. It's every month. So, but they're getting back to me, and I'm still waiting.
And so, your daughter is in what grade?
She's a sophomore this year.
Sophomore, okay. And you've had other children go through the same school district?
I had 2 boys.
Okay.
They
Are
went
they
through.
graduated?
They graduated.
But they didn't face this kind of problem?
No, they didn't.
Do you have an idea of what's causing this?
I kind of do, and I would hate to say it because I don't want to.
Well, the truth
I'm
is the
just
truth,
being honest.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and say it. I feel like when Donald Trump became president of the United States, he said a lot of things that people wanted to say, and they couldn't speak it. So I feel like that's where it's growing from, because even what made me come to that was because even in the school, when you go to school, the kids start wearing the MAGA hats and they'll be wearing all these things. But then when you put on something that says anything else, Malcolm X or Black History or something,
Or Black Lives Matter.
all that, you can't wear it. You cannot wear that. You have to turn it inside out. But when you wear something to say MAGA, Trump, it starts from the office all the way down the hallway. But our children can't wear the positive things with in the school. So that's where I believe it's trickled down from.
So would it be fair to say that your sons who graduated didn't experience it because it wasn't spoken, but it may have been hidden?
I agree with that.
Okay. And you said you were from Slayton?
I'm from Slayton.
I'm not too familiar with Slayton.
It's about 15 miles from Lubbock.
15 miles from Lubbock. Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Paige Duggins Clay. Oh, yes. Trinity Hawkins. Shows you're representing yourself and you're for the bill.
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
My name is Trinity Hawkins. I'm a student at Slayton High School, and I feel like this bill will help a lot, just not with myself, but with like other kids, like other generations coming up. So like it's be settled more, because I'm not a monkey. I have a name, and you shouldn't address me by a monkey. You should address me by my name. It's not even it's not most of the students. The principals and the assistant principals are saying the word too. But when I say something that's not racist, I get sent to ISS. But I can get called porch monkeys. I can get called fake girl with fake hair, smile if your hair is fake, and nothing gets done. But the moment that I say something back, I'm in trouble, or I have to sit in the office a whole class period because I stood up for myself, basically. And I feel like it's not fair that I have to go through this. And I feel like it's not fair for the younger kids that's coming up to have to deal with racism and have to deal with getting called N-words and all kind of things. And when you address it, or when it's a constant thing, it mentally like drains you because you feel like, oh, well, I'm coming here just to get called a monkey or get called out my name. And it hinders you from trying to learn because you're in class writing and they're smile if your hair's fake. Like that, I don't feel safe at my own school. And that's, our parents sent us to school to be safe. And you can't even go to school without getting called out your name.
First,
Thank you.
Chair Dutton.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Now, you're in 8th grade, you said?
I'm a 10th grader.
10th grader? Okay. And how long have you been sort of experiencing the things that you're going through?
Since I was in 8th grade, so about 2 years.
Okay, and prior to that, you didn't have any.
It's always been in the school, but it has never really been directed towards me. Like the boys would always be like, "Oh, what up, my N-word," and stuff. But it started getting directed towards me when I got to 8th grade.
And when you complained to the teacher, what's been the response that you've gotten?
It's just a word.
It's just what?
It's just a word.
It's just a word. And the teachers actually hear them, the words, in many cases?
Yes, they hear it, but it's one ear out the other. They just dismiss it like they don't hear it. And when I tell that, like, he just called me N-word, oh, it's just a word. It's nothing that serious. Or let's go out in the hallway and talk about it. It's no, go to the office. It's just they handle it themselves, but they don't.
So it's never been, the complaints you had have never been resolved at all?
Never.
They never even said, the other student never experienced any discipline whatsoever?
No.
And so you go through this. Are you in a class where you're the only black person?
I have a couple classes where I'm the only black kid in there.
And is that generally when these kind of things happen?
Yes, in one of my classes, my teacher, she has me in front of I'm the only black kid in there, and I sit in the front. Everybody else sits behind me. And I've asked her to move me, and it's just, no, you can sit in the front. Like, that's unnormal.
So you're told where to sit, but everybody else gets to choose where they sit?
No, she did that on purpose. Like, she chose everybody's seat, but she just put me in the front of the classroom.
Oh, I see. So she directed for you to sit in the front. And did she ever explain to you why?
No, she's never given me a real reason. She's like, you be better right here. And I'm the only one in the classroom that sits by myself. Everybody else has people they sit with, but they're behind me, and I'm the only one who has to sit by myself in the front of the classroom.
Oh, so you sit in the front of the classroom, but there's nobody on your right or left?
No, they're all just behind me.
And is that just one class like that, or is that generally all the classes?
Well, in that class, I'm the only one that sits in the front. But the other classes, I'm just in the back of the room, like on the last row, in every class where I'm the only black kid in there.
And is that an assigned seating?
Yes.
So they sit you either in the front or the back?
Yeah. It's just not me. It's like when I have another class with another student, we're all in the back, or we're all at a table together. And so it's just like they're trying to, they know what they're doing, because why do you just have us in the front of the classroom by ourselves or in the back of a row?
Do they have teachers of color?
We have one teacher at our school of color.
One teacher?
One teacher.
And do you know what they teach, or?
He's an assistant teacher. Like, he helps with kids with disabilities. He go in classrooms. He's the other one.
And when you complain to the principal, what happens?
It's just a word. And he sits in the office and cusses himself, so it's nothing.
He sits in the office and does what?
He cusses, like, he says bad words and stuff to us.
Oh, does he?
Mm-hmm.
How long's that principal been there? Yeah, how long's the principal been there?
He's been there from my freshman year. He was at the junior high. He was a principal at the assistant principal at the junior high, and he moved over to high school to be a head principal. So he's only been there for a year or two.
Okay, but it's all happened under his watch. It's gotten worse, I think you said.
Because our assistant principal, I have a voice recording of him saying the N-word to me.
The principal?
Assistant principal.
The assistant principal? Saying the N-word to you?
Yes. It was a situation that had went on that got reported, not by me, by another person. And he called me in the office, and something just told me, so I started voice recording. And he just, out of the blue, just said, okay, so who said, and he said the N-word. And I, looked at him, and I was like, what did you, And I was like, what did you just say? And he said it more than once. And he was just, looking me dead in my eyes when he said it.
And you didn't complain about that to the board or anything, did you?
Yes, I
You
did.
did complain to the board about it. Did they do anything about it?
No, he's still there.
And what's your relationship with that principal now, or vice principal, I guess it was?
Not trying to be rude, but I hate him. I hate the principal and I hate the assistant principal because they're not doing their job. If they would have did their job when the first time we reported it, this situation would have been dead. It would have never kept going. But they do not know how to do their job.
Well, usually the leadership sort of sets the environment for everybody else. And so if they're not, if they're inclined to engage in that kind of conduct or conversation, then it's going to engender that all throughout the whole of the organization. Okay, well, thank you for being here. Thank you for being brave enough to withstand that. There are people who obviously aren't going to care for you just because of your color. I'd like to think that those are the people who, when the good Lord had the people wandering around the desert for 40 years, I hope that's who they are, because some of them are never going to get to a place where they have the attitude that Dr. King had, that, you ought to be evaluated by the content of your character as opposed to the color of your skin. But I don't know how to tell you to keep fighting that, because I recognize that school is a difficult place in the first place, and to have to go through all of what you're apparently going through is a difficult proposition for anybody, for any of us up here would be. But, it's something that we've got to do something about, and I promise to help you all do something about it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? What was the school district you said you're in again?
Slayton ISD.
Slayton ISD. Thank you for your testimony. You did really, really wonderful. You're very brave.
Thank you.
Paige Duggins Clay with IDRA, and also representing yourself, and you're for the bill.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much to this committee for taking the time and for being present, as always, to hear the incredible stories and unfortunate stories of impact of these impacted committee members. I'm Paige Duggins Clay, IDRA's Chief Legal Analyst, testifying in support of House Bill 4625. We thank this committee and Chair Reynolds for their leadership bringing forward this critically important legislation. I did prepare testimony that I've provided y'all. One of the attachments to my testimony is actually a copy, and I apologize, it's black and white. I will follow up to provide the color copy so you can see in vivid detail some of the cyberbullying that the families have been experiencing, and some of these really horrific images that we're talking about, which you've heard about a little bit, and you'll hear more testimony about in just a moment. I'm going to deviate from my script just a little bit and speak from my heart, because it's very emotional for me. It's my privilege to have supported many of these families to coming to testify today, and you've heard their cry that this really has been sort of a tribunal of last resort in many ways to get their stories heard. And many of these families are from Lubbock and the Lubbock area. I cannot emphasize enough that as an advocate who works in this space, I get calls at a minimum on a weekly basis from families all across the state dealing with issues of this nature. And it's racial bullying, bullying on the basis of national origin and immigration status, certainly on gender identity and gender more broadly, sexual harassment. It really is a crisis, and we can, it's very hard for kids and families and educators to come testify during the day, so we couldn't bring them all here. But I will tell you that we're hearing from them, and that these kiddos are hurting and their families are hurting and seeking solutions. Chair Dutton, I certainly appreciate your questions about sort of what's the purpose behind this bill. And you've heard some of the stories about where this came from. We actually co-wrote a lot of this language alongside these families. And one of the things that Trinity didn't share is that these educators, to the extent that they are trying to do the right thing, they don't have guidance about what exactly to do when a student comes to them or they witness or observe this really harmful behavior. And Trinity actually wrote herself an affidavit to one of her teachers, said, here's what happened to me, and will you sign this so I can turn it into the principal? I mean, asking a young child to do something like that in order to advocate for herself, it's just unacceptable. I can provide the documentation of that. So I wanted to emphasize that piece. This bill really does create a process for schools to follow. Very common sense. When you get a notification of any kind of bullying, but especially this kind, you document it. You report it to the appropriate authorities, and you notify the parents involved, and you ask them and have them participate in the investigation. That's the most critical part of this legislation, is really bringing the families in and making sure that we're gathering all the available information and evidence. And finally, this bill collects data on this issue. We do, TEA does currently collect data around bullying generally, but not about this issue, particularly bullying on the basis of a student's identity. There's research that talks about the really horrific mental health and other impacts of this sort that is particularly nefarious and problematic and harmful. And it's critically important for us to gather that information so we can tailor our prevention strategies accordingly. I'm happy to answer any questions about the legislation.
Members, any questions? I had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The pictures, and some of it's kind of hard to tell. I'll look forward to the pictures, but some of this looks photoshopped. But do you know where they edited and added people's faces to different pictures? Do you know where they were, were these pictures taken of these children, or were these pictures of these children that they found on social media, or do you know how they got these pictures?
Yes, ma'am. A little bit of both, and one of our families whose children to feature will testify in just a moment about this, but it's a combination. Some of the photos in the Laura Bush Middle School Instagram posts were taken sort of slyly while children were in the bathroom or in the cafeteria, and some were drawn from students' sort of public social media sites. A little bit of both.
I mean, obviously it's horrific, but outside of that, you have pictures of minors taken without their consent and posted on social media without their parents' consent.
Right.
Let alone how awful the posts are. But
right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair calls Tiffany Harrison, LaQuanta Hernandez, and Jasmine Hernandez. Tiffany Harrison, show you representing yourself, and you're for the bill.
Yes. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tiffany Harrison, and while I occupy a lot of roles, I am currently the vice president of a large suburban school district. But more importantly, before that, I was a classroom teacher for 8.5 years. So a Black classroom teacher in the state of Texas, in a district that has 9% Black students, 30% Hispanic students, and a growing, fluctuating population of AAPI students. I'm here to tell you that while we would like to geographically isolate where this is happening across the state of Texas. And there's data to back this up. So I want to talk a little science with you. There is something called the amygdala hijack, to where when we don't feel safe, whether we are children, whether we are adults, our brains release chemicals that put us into flight, fight, freeze, or fawn mode. So as an educator for 8.5 years, I often saw students go into freeze mode, where they would be present in body, but not present in mind, because we had created or fostered or simply been complicit in an environment that was not safe for them. When we have an environment where kids are experiencing racialized or other identity-based bullying, we are complicit in an environment that's not safe for them. And Representative Dutton, I did hear you ask about academic outcomes. This kind of racialized bullying has incredibly negative impacts on academic outcomes. When you go to school, when you're unsafe, when you as a student are having to advocate for yourself beyond reason to be treated justly, fairly, and be protected when you're left alone, that's not an environment where you can learn effectively in. When we are asking parents to go beyond reason, to have to advocate for their children to be treated with dignity and humanity, that's not a conducive learning environment. And as a Black educator, I can tell you, teaching in those environments are not a conducive environment either. And we've kind of created this problem because we've created a socio-political context where we are anti-DEI, loosely defined anti-CRT. So a lot of the interventions that would happen to support students of color or students that are marginalized in any way by any identity facing bullying, educators are often afraid to access because where is the line? Is that considered DEI? Is that considered CRT? And so we've really hamstrung the intervention here, which is why I am in support of this bill, and I'm asking you to pass it because it lays out a very clear pathway of what should happen at every turn. Now, this is important not only for the students that are doing the bullying, it's incredibly important because we need to work with those students to help them understand the harm that's done by words. You have heard and you will continue to hear, and it's been my experience, students that otherwise were fine experiencing this kind of bullying, experiencing suicidal ideation, becoming removed and withdrawn from society, having to access mental health intervention, where otherwise, prior to this kind of bullying, they were fine. And so it's vital that we lay a pathway out, that we collect data, so we don't have to say, oh, is this just localized at this one school district or this one school? So we can successfully know where this is happening and it can be addressed from beginning to end. So it's not left up to every educator or every principal to decide how to address this kind of bullying and this kind of harm. Students that do the harm need to know, and students that are harmed need to know that someone has their back. It's very important. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you. LaQuanta Hernandez?
Yes.
And you're representing yourself and you're for the bill?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want to start off with sharing that I am an educator. I've been an educator for 20 years. I was a classroom teacher for 11 years, and I have been a central office administrator for 9 years. Okay. I am here today as a parent advocating for my daughter, advocating for children, really seeking some change, some meaningful change. We do live in the Rio Grande Valley. It's this is not, I know the other ladies were talking about Lubbock. We live in the Rio Grande Valley. My husband is a supervisor for the United States Border Patrol. My children were born on the border. We've always had to, live in a border town. The majority of the students in her school district are Hispanic. I am the only African-American administrator in the entire region, not just district, but region. There is one teacher at the high school that is African-American, and that is it. So within her school, her situation was back in 2021 when she was an 8th grader. She is now a 9th grader. I believe from what I saw, I believe she was the only biracial student there. There may have been another, okay, maybe 2. And so her situation started, hers was through racial harassment through online through Instagram. I believe it started out with TikTok. With her experience was a picture of her face, her standing with her volleyball team. They had cropped her face out, and they had captioned it, the only black BITCH in school. At that point, we have a very close family. She immediately told me. I reported it to her principal at her school. And again, I'm in administration. I didn't know that there's certain, different parameters or things that's supposed to be done. And that's why I am for this bill. I thought long and hard about it because what's in place now is each district can kind of do how they want to do it. There has to be something, a clear guideline. Because when we reported to the principal, he said, oh, I'll look into it. They reported to TikTok. They took it down maybe about 2 days later. And as you know, anything you put out in cyber media world is out there. It was taken down. The principal never got back with me. I don't know how it was addressed. And my daughter will talk to you about that later. But fast forward 2 months later, now we have it on Instagram. And now we have an Instagram that is titled the name of her junior high, and it says Niggers. And now we have pictures of her. So earlier you were talking about pictures of her face. Pictures of her face superimposed on Emmett Till's body being hung. Okay. Pictures of her face superimposed on someone in a coffin with the KKK behind her. Pictures of her face on a cross burning with the KKK behind her. Pictures of her in a cotton field picking cotton. Just derogatory comments, filthy monkey burning. Why do y'all have to be black, man? Y'all are so filthy. These are the things that she's gone through at her school, which is predominantly Hispanic. Okay. She did ask the bullies to take that account down, to delete it. And in response, it was STFU. Just because you're the only Black, BITCH, in school, don't make you special. So again, that Instagram account had likes, followers, hearts, been shared, all those different things. I brought that to the attention of, because I believe in chain of command. So I had told the principal the first time, nothing happened. So then it went into, I'm letting the superintendent know, I'm letting my bosses know, this is in my school district where I work.
Chairman Lozano.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. And those students, the bullies, are they still in school? Did they get any suspension?
What happened, because I didn't know, as a parent, I'm lost. I don't know what I need to do. So I would start looking through school board policy. Basically, I was told that, she could go to a different school if she wanted to. I went before the board, and only one board member stood up and says, why should she have to go to a different school? They need to go. But that was just one school board member that stood up in her defense. Long story short, it came out to 3 boys from her school that were doing it that she does not know. We did end up going to court, and the 2 boys that were supplying the pictures to the poster, so the only person that really, got in trouble was the poster. He was asked, why did you do it? And he said, because I thought it would be funny. So my concern is, if it had been handled correctly the first time, back in September, because there should be clear guidelines. That's why I am for the bill, and I thought long and hard. We can't have different school districts doing different things. And so then the second time, I go before the board. I had already spoken to the superintendent. When I went before the board, they had no idea. So apparently the communication is not there too. So we can't just leave it up to the districts, because my daughter had to go to counseling. When this happened, she didn't sleep in her bed for 4 days. She's a 13-year-old girl, not wanting to sleep in her bed, not wanting to leave out of the house. We had the FBI contact us. Do you want us to sit outside of your house? My husband's law enforcement, and we have cameras, so he's like, no. But to think that she had to go through that, and she had a licensed school professional tell her, told us after meeting with her a couple of times, if she did not have the faith that she has, because she has a lot of faith, if she did not have the faith that she has and the family unit that she has, she would have committed suicide. I have a problem with this. I've gone to Washington twice because of this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair Dutton.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the bill, and I may have missed something, but if, and the problem I think you and the others have faced, or the problems of people who are morally bankrupt, I call it. And so I looked in the bill to find out how do we eliminate them? And there's nothing in the bill that says that.
To eliminate, I'm sorry.
Something that helps you get at the problem that you all are all facing. I'm trying to figure out in the bill, where is that?
It's okay?
Sure.
I feel like if there's some clear guidelines on what, as a mother, as a child, you reported it. What is the school doing to look into it? Okay, there has to be, initially the principal, when it all said and done, well, I just thought it was an isolated incident. I'm an educator, and to me, I have an obligation to any student that ever came to me and did a cry out, is what I call it. I'm not gonna just assume it's an isolated incident. I'm going to do an investigation. I'm gonna look into it. But to give different districts to say, however you want to choose to do it, that's a problem. There has to be some specific parameters there.
Well, the problem I have with that is that even when you put the guidelines in place, that we really have guidelines now, and
we do,
and yet they're being violated. And so even when you put narrow guidelines in place, it seems to me that what you're faced with are people who are going to violate those guidelines irrespective of what we do here, unless we do something that gets at, again, the morally bankrupt that exist, because there's still going to be sort of the people who are deciding what the ingredients are and how to get at what you're trying to get at, and I understand it totally.
At the cost of our children, though?
Pardon?
At the cost of
Well, that's what they're doing now at the cost of the children, and I'm not sure how to to fix it so that you don't have to come back here next session, for example. And it's sad that you have to go through this in 2023 because there are people who would have suggested that this ended some time ago. But that's not the reality that many of us are facing. And so I'm trying to figure out how to do something in this bill or any other bill that changes the outcome for you all, that absolutely changes it, and we can say that's gonna get at it. Because I do recognize that it's a problem, first of all, and it's a serious problem because it's affecting not only you, but the children. And so I'll look forward to working with you all to figure out how we get to the right place.
Yeah.
Because too often, sometimes we, here in the legislature, we're policymakers, and we'll decide an issue, we'll decide that we fixed it, only to find out that the problem we were trying to fix is not the solution we came up with. And so we end up doing absolutely nothing to solve the problem. And many times, we here in the legislature have to decide a one-size-fits-all, and it ends up fitting nobody. So to the extent that your problems are different than for another area, for example, we need to be aware of that so that we can at least fashion a remedy that helps to take all of those problems away. And I'm not sure how we get at the hearts of people, but that's where we got to get. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair Thompson?
What's the name of the school that your child was having problems?
She was at Mission Junior High.
Mission Junior High?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Let's see. Jasmine Hernandez, representing yourself, and we show you're for the bill.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, like, basically my story is what my mom just said. And after the first incident happened through TikTok, right? The only, like, investigation or any, like, questions that were asked to me from any admin, in this case it was my principal, I was walking to class and he stopped me in front of the door. And he just asked if I had any idea, like, who did it, or, like, if I heard, like, just anyone tell me anything that could have helped him find out who it was. And I told him a name because people were telling me that's who did it and, like, giving me, like, reasons as to why. And his response was, oh, I don't think she would do something like that. And next thing you know, 2 months later, the Instagram stuff happens. So I feel like had he actually done something the first time, it wouldn't have happened again. And then the second time I missed 3 weeks of school because of it. I was too scared to go to school. I couldn't sleep in my own bed. Whenever I did go back to school, later on I found out that one of the guys who did it ended up leaving from alternative and came back to the same campus. So now I'm worrying about, oh, well, what if I see him? And even now I still go, like, now that I'm in high school, he still goes to the same school as me. But I just don't think that I should be leaving where I'm, like, supposed to be learning because of other people doing stuff to me. So had the principal done what, like, if there was something set in place that he could follow, then I don't think it would have happened again. So yeah, that's all I want to say.
Are there any questions, members? You're very brave, and you did really great testifying. Thank you for sharing your story, and I'm really sorry that all that happened to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much. The chair calls Sarah Freund, Nelson Linder, Maureen Molick. Are you Sarah?
Fruin.
Oh, Fruin, okay. Sarah Fruin, representing yourself, and you're for the bill. You can go ahead.
Okay. My name is Sarah Fruin, and I've been an educator in Austin, Texas for 25 years. After listening to prior testimony, questions, and comments, I want to start by making clear that this is not a problem of individuals. It's not just a problem in Lubbock or Slayton or the Rio Grande Valley school districts, and it's not a recent thing. Racialized and other identity-based bullying happens in every school district across Texas. That's why we're here today. And it's been happening for generations and will continue if we don't take a stand to do something about it. This bill is a necessary first step. I'm here testifying in support of House Bill 4625, which would strengthen protections for students who experience identity-based bullying and harassment. It would also give teachers and school leaders the protocols and practices to effectively address harm that is caused by identity-based bullying with those harmed and with the students who are responsible for the harm. I believe it would also support proactive steps that school districts can take to prevent identity-based bullying from happening in the first place. So kind of to Representative Dutton, to your point, it would also help us to prevent that from happening. You know, racism, sexism, homophobia, these are the problems that we're talking about here. And there's no easy solution, and there's nothing immediate, but this is a first step. Identity-based bullying can look and sound a lot of ways, and many personal experiences have been shared here today, so I want to share just one experience that always reminds me of the importance of speaking up and showing our students that we take bullying, especially bullying based on aspects of a student's identity very seriously. Several years ago when I taught 4th grade, I'm an elementary teacher, I now coach teachers. But several years ago when I taught 4th grade, one of my black students shared with me an incident that happened the day before on the playground in which another student got angry during a football game and called him a racial slur. I told him how sorry I was that happened and how wrong the other student was to say that. Then we co-created a plan of what should happen next, which involved talking to the student, his teachers, parents, principal, etc. We created that plan because it didn't exist. After we talked to the other student at recess that day, he and I, the student in my class, processed how the conversation went, and I asked him if anything like that had ever happened before. And this is the part that I'll never forget. He said that it happens multiple times every year and had been happening every year since he started school in kindergarten. It's important for you to know that although this incident happened in 4th grade, I was also his 3rd grade teacher. We looped. But he had never shared those experiences with me when he was in my class the previous year. I think it took him a year of getting to know me and my values, seeing me stand up for students in other situations, and feeling the culture of trust and identity safety we had created in our classroom together before he could actually trust me to do something about how he was harmed. You see, in his short experience in school, he had already been taught by us, by his teachers, by his school, that he wasn't safe and wouldn't be protected by the adults when he was harassed for being black.
Ma'am, can you wrap it up?
Oh, was that the done?
Yes.
Oh, shoot, I thought that was you have 30 more seconds.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to answer any questions.
Members, are there any questions?
Is Maureen Mullet?
That's me.
Nelson.
Nelson Linder.
Nelson. So letters. Okay. Maureen Molick with David's Legacy Foundation and yourself, and you're neutral on the bill?
Yes. Madam Chair Thompson and members, my name is Maureen Molak, and I am here to speak on HB 4625. I am co-founder of David's Legacy Foundation, and my son David is the inspiration behind David's Law, much of what we are talking about today. I want to thank Representative Reynolds for the spirit of this bill because I believe that we share a common goal that all Texas students deserve to be protected and free from bullying in our public schools. I am also friends with some of the moms you heard from today, and I stand with them as we walk in very similar shoes because our children have been harmed by cyberbullying. The reason I am not testifying in support of this bill is because our foundation provides instruction in schools as well as pro bono legal services to families whose children have been harmed by bullying and cyberbullying, and I believe that this bill will create unintended negative consequences for the population we serve and that this bill intends to impact. My primary opposition to this bill is that it is identity-based and covers a specific group of kids, when in reality...
Ma'am, you said your opposition to the bill, but you're registered neutral. So are you neutral?
I'm neutral because I think the spirit of the bill, I am here and I stand with these moms, and I have worked with some of these moms, but there are some problems with the bill that I think, and I would like to address Representative Dutton's remarks.
Okay, yeah, you can. So it's all good. Okay, all good.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So David's Law already covers all children, and there are also federal statutes in place that provide some additional protections. What is necessary but not included in this bill, and to your point exactly, is that we need enhanced compliance to ensure that schools are following the protocols that we've already worked so hard on for the last 7 years. Additionally, this proposal limits the school's flexibility in determining the best course of action when dealing with bullying situations. Specifically in the area of consequences, schools need flexibility to be able to apply the appropriate level of discipline to those involved and to help the overall school community. I've provided you with the most recent bullying statistics. We still have 1.4 million students across the state of Texas that are being bullied in the past year. We have seen it decrease since David's Law passed, so we feel like we're on the right path. We do need some help with compliance in the school districts, and I just want to make sure that by passing this, it doesn't make our job even more difficult in the schools.
Members, are any questions? So, Representative Allison.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Molek. Couple questions. You made a comment a while ago about that you've been engaging in pro bono legal services and also school instruction. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? What do you mean? What is the pro bono that you've been providing?
So in David's Law, you all provided for some civil remedies for injunction against cyberbullies. And we started a program where we've partnered with 4 other legal aid providers across the state of Texas. And we have helped hundreds of families in using this piece of David's Law. One of the families that's here today, we helped. And when she reached out to me for support, not only did I get her connected with her state senator down in the Rio Grande Valley, we also provided her with an attorney. That attorney was able to send a cease and desist letter to make it stop. We connected her with TEA. TEA was able to send the school district a letter and providing them with some recommendations on how they could address this better. And we also hired somebody to represent David's Legacy Foundation down in the Rio Grande Valley in order to provide presentations to that community down there, because it seemed like they were having a problem down there.
And then how about the school instructions that you made reference to? What's involved there?
Yeah, so I provided you all with a list of the school districts who have reached out to us for instructions, and what I think would be an unintended negative consequence for this is that it is already becoming increasingly difficult for us to provide this instruction in the schools. And, we have to jump through hoops in order to get the instruction, and it's the lesson objectives that you all have required of the schools. And we often have to spend an enormous amount of time reassuring them that there isn't anything that we're going to be saying or doing when we're providing these free presentations to them, that we're not trying to, push something through that they might feel is problematic. So we're threading this needle between wanting to provide these free presentations as well as making sure that that they can, their families are feeling okay with the work that we're doing and coming in and providing them in the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Dutton?
Thank you. I wanted to turn back to you, to the first witness. You mentioned, and I sort of heard, you said this is a widespread problem throughout Texas, first of all. Is that,
If you can identify.
yes?
Yes, Sarah Fruand.
Yeah, and so you said that this was a fairly widespread problem throughout Texas. And you also identified certain things that were the problem. Can you tell me what those were again? You said racism
I
and,
think I named racism, sexism, homophobia, Islamophobia, the list could go on and on, yeah.
and when I look at those, when I hear you say those, the first thing it caused me to do is to go to the bill and see where the bill eliminates that. Where is that?
Well, and I think the important thing, thank you for that question. I think that there's room in here for, you had mentioned before, like something along the lines of changing hearts and minds, moral type stuff. And I think that the way that the bill addresses this is in offering some prevention, like having trainings and training teachers, but also there's room within there to do work with students, but also it addresses policies and practices. And one thing that, in my experience, that has done more than trying to change someone's perspective or their heart or their mind is changing the policies and practices. So these things are systemic within our education system. It's not just Texas, it's our country. And so, so I believe that this would address that by giving next steps that would guide us towards something different than we've been doing.
Well, I appreciate that. I've sort of looked at it and only, generally, I guess I could agree with you. But it seems to me that after listening to all these parents, we need a bill that changes teachers and administrators and do something about them, because that's where the problem seems to be.
Yeah, I mean, and I would offer, I've done a lot of work in Austin ISD around this specifically, and we've developed professional learning around speaking up against any biased language that happens in our schools. And so I think that that's an area in which this bill could be beefed up and added to, because it does require professional learning.
But that seems to be where the problem starts. I mean, if I'm hearing them correctly, it's, the witness was just trying to go to school.
Right.
And that's all she was doing, and the instructor puts her in the middle of the class, at the front of the class by herself, nobody else around her. I mean, come on, how do we address that in a bill? I mean, I'm not sure how to do that, but I recognize that that's what you were getting at by suggesting that what the problem was.
Yeah, and part of that is, we do have our hands held in a lot of ways because of some of the legislation that has come out recently, and teachers are afraid to even talk about race in the classroom. For that teacher who is putting her at the front of the class, that is an opportunity to coach. That's an opportunity to, to really talk about like why and the impact of those decisions. But yeah, I mean, when I work with teachers, I'm hearing that a lot. They don't even know, can I even talk about race and racism in our classroom?
Well, sounds like it's being talked about on the other side.
Meaning, tell me a little more.
Well, I mean, the young lady talked about what students were calling her in class, and the teachers did.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And it was being talked about.
So it is being talked about. It's being experienced.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And so, especially for educators, we need to have the space to be able to have these conversations with our students and talk about the things that they're experiencing. I think what we're seeing is also because even starting at a kindergarten level, we see, Students are, for example, like told you need to wash your skin because you're dirty. And it starts with those things and it builds. You know, I've had students who were called blackhead, fudge sickle. Those are monkey. Those are things that escalate when they're not handled immediately. It escalates into things like the N-word and some of the things that our older students have been experiencing. And they don't have the language for that always when they're younger, but it harms all of our students. It harms the students that it's being directed at, the kids who are witnessing it. It harms the students who are the ones doing it. Because a lot of times, especially as an elementary educator, I know that, you know, students at that age are trying things out that they've heard or that they've seen, and they're looking to see what kind of reaction they get. And
But like the people who come here and said, there was an adult
yeah,
who let this go on.
absolutely.
And how do we stop that? I mean, what do we do about that?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing is this bill would say we have to say something and we have to have measures in place. We have to have, you know, I think it provides almost like a roadmap of how to handle this, because we have been silent historically in many ways, and we've also been very vocal with our message when it comes to students who have been historically marginalized.
We have student code of conducts. We got almost 900 pages in the public education code. We've got federal laws. We've got state laws already existing that say you can't do that. But yet, you say that it's fairly widespread throughout Texas. And what I'm trying to do is figure out, what do we do to stop it?
I mean, and again, I think what we don't have right now is a bill that says we have to say something. You know, as of right now, as an educator, I'm not in the situation I shared earlier. I wasn't required to do anything. I wasn't required to do anything. I wasn't required to call the parents. I wasn't required to talk to the student or his teacher. There was nothing that said I needed to do anything. And too often that's exactly what happens. Nothing happens. And so while this bill might not take it as far as it needs to go to solve the initial problems, because again, like those problems that we're talking about, the root of those are, we're talking about racism, we're talking about sexism, we're talking about homophobia, but it's that first step to say, well, at least we need to acknowledge, we need to apologize to the students when that happens to them, we need to work to repair harm, and we need to hold students accountable in a way that they can learn from this mistake and not continue to repeat or escalate it.
But it seems to me that we're looking more at the victim as opposed to the perpetrators and the people who allow it to continue.
And I think that this bill does that. It addresses the students who have done the harm in a way that it currently
because
doesn't.
The teacher has a responsibility for classroom management. There are certain things that in the code that provide a teacher. And, you know, so why wouldn't a teacher use those? For example, if a child is engaging in certain offensive behavior to one person in the class, the teacher has the responsibility to do something about it and could, under the code as I read it, have the student removed from the classroom. And yet that doesn't happen.
Well, and I think there's a lot of different ways to handle situations like this. I don't always think removal is appropriate, but I do think there are things in the book that do support teachers in doing what they need to do, except that there's so many other factors involved, including the fact that we have a cultural mismatch between our teachers and our students. And so for myself as a white teacher coming in and working with my Black and brown students, I didn't always have appropriate responses. It was something that I had to do a lot of learning over many years. Like I said, 25 years as an educator. And I can look back and know that I didn't always make the right decision. I didn't always support my students in the way that I needed to. And sometimes the harm might have also come from me. I mean, that's a truth in our system as well. But as I've learned and as I've listened to a lot of the people that are in this room through the years and done my own work, I found other ways that I needed to approach community building with my students, restorative, doing repair when harm happens, and creating a classroom that all students feel like they're welcome and included and safe.
Well, thank you for the admission, though, because that's one of the things that's bothered me for a long time, and that is that we've kept statistics on, for example, children being disciplined and where they're going. But one of the things I always thought about was we ought to make sure that we categorize the teachers who are doing this, because I think that means they probably need some help that we're not giving them.
Yeah.
But I don't understand if a student in your classroom is using foul language or using the N-word or calling somebody a monkey or something. I mean, why wouldn't you as a teacher have that child removed from your classroom?
Well, a lot of times it's ignorance. It's I know that I get that question a lot, mostly from white teachers who aren't sure how to handle that. There's discomfort in that. They don't get support or education around it. And so there's a lot of professional learning that we need.
They don't get support from who? The principal?
From the principal, from the district. There's not. I've done a lot of work, race equity work, in my school district, and that has slowly disappeared. For a variety of reasons, but mostly about fear, because of things that that teachers think that they're allowed to do or not allowed to do by school districts who don't want to rock the boat too much or only want to listen to the loudest parents. So I think you bring up a good point, and I wonder if that's something that we might consider adding to this bill is what does professional learning look like for educators so that they can be proactive in preventing this from happening in the first place, but also what happens in that community, not just for an individual teacher, because that too often when something like this happens, it's like the canary in the coal mine, right? It shows a bigger problem. And so what kind of work can that community do together lovingly to support each other and their growth as educators, as families, as students?
But it's all going to begin with the teacher in that classroom.
I think it's both and. I think when we have the policies and procedures and practices in place, and that's what this bill does, it also, that conversation about individual accountability also happens, but this is not an individual problem. It is, it lives in individuals, but it really lives in systems. And if we're not going to address both, then we're going to continue to see the same things that we're seeing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Nelson Linder. Show that you did not testify, but you were for the bill. Manya Blaisdell, Andrew Hairston, Gary Blesdo. Bledsoe? What did I say?
Madam Chair.
Oh,
Madam Chair, could I just say something real quick?
Chair Dutton.
Thank you. I just pulled up the numbers on Slayton ISD, and 8th grade math, the black students are succeeding only at 17%.
How much?
17%.
Or what?
8th grade math. Hispanics were at 25%. I mean, reading, 3rd grade, reading is blacks 57% and Hispanics are reading at 55%. Yeah. And that appears to be higher than the state average in reading, but it's certainly lower in math, in 8th grade math. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Manya Blaisdell, representing yourself, and you're for the bill.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman Thompson, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Manya Blaisdell, and I'm testifying in support of this bill on behalf of myself as someone personally impacted by bullying. When I was 15, my 12-year-old sister Rachel committed suicide because she was bullied. We were the only Jewish children in our elementary school and were targeted because of our religious identity on many occasions. In middle school, the bullying intensified, and this is when it became particularly challenging for Rachel. Since Rachel isn't here to tell us exactly what happened, we will never know what her breaking point was. This is frequently the case with bullying victims. Much goes on in secret and is never revealed, making the grieving and healing of those left behind even more difficult. While most people know intellectually that bullying is not great or bad, I know it to be deadly. Words inspire actions and have real consequences for others. My sister childhood meanness led to her self-inflicted death, and for myself and my family, it led to a lifetime of emotional trauma and pain. Almost the entirety of my sister's bullying happened at school. This bill directly addresses the need for supportive measures that are not disciplinary or punitive so that victims and witnesses can come forward without fear of retaliation. The children who were her bullies also were damaged and distraught by what had happened and needed guidance and navigating the devastation. If a bill like HB 4625 had existed for Rachel, maybe those who witnessed her bullying would have come forward before it was too late. Recently, my own children have experienced children Heil Hitlering in the school hallways and seen swastikas being drawn on fellow Jewish students' friends' notebooks. Their response was, "Well, Mom, no one knows we're Jewish, so we'll be okay." The school's response was that these were isolated incidents. But Rachel's death has taught me that exposure to identity-based bullying is not okay and is dangerous, and schools must do more to prevent these. This bill would increase tracking and documenting incidents of bullying in more detailed ways so that campuses, districts, even communities can not only count incidents, they can see trends and implement more targeted educational strategies to address specific drivers of bullying in the school and community. For example, if identity-based bullying is becoming more prevalent, doing more to build inclusiveness. Is that my timer?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. It is our job as emotionally mature adults to help younger people understand that their words can actually hurt others. We cannot expect them to figure it out on their own, as they are not developmentally equipped to do so until much later. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Andrew Hairston with Texas Appleseed and yourself for the bill.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify again. Andrew Hairston with Texas Appleseed, here to testify for HB 4625. First, I want to commend the parents and young people who came from Lubbock and the Rio Grande Valley. I know that takes a particular set of courage to speak about very harmful incidents that occur in your schools. And as a racial justice organization, Texas Appleseed is particularly interested in hearing the stories of Black and brown children and families across the state, and we have been across our 27-year history. There are certain key components of the bill that I'd like to lift up that it certainly emphasizes the importance of campus behavior coordinators in efforts to both heal from the pandemic and to address this legacy of the racial justice protest after George Floyd that began momentum to address the very pernicious history of racism in the United States and Texas, but saw an immediate backlash in critical race theory bans being passed and now the present attacks on DEI initiatives. That very much so contextualizes what Black and brown young people are experiencing and other folks, Jewish folks and folks of different national origins. It has a very detailed process, this bill, to have investigative reports of these horrific incidents that will be compiled by the school districts. Certainly, information will be redacted to maintain the privacy of the young people and then have it publicly published on the school district's website at the end of the year. I think this will help both TEA and local school districts promulgate policies that will help to address this pressing issue head on. And finally, this bill addresses the need for a dialogue to create a culture of understanding and respect, and that is absolutely paramount. It's a very complicated history that we contend with as Americans. Certainly the black and brown folks that you've heard from today on this bill can speak to that very, very passionately from their personal experiences. But to begin to address this very long history, this is again one step, as folks have offered up. And want to thank folks like Tiffany Harrison and the other folks who have testified. But again, it's one step in many to address this history and to make sure that racial justice is a true reality for the millions of folks across Texas and the United States. Happy to entertain any questions you have.
Any questions? Gary Bledsoe, Texas NAACP, and yourself, and you're for the bill.
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to applaud all of the individuals who've come from around the state today to support this legislation. I think it's extremely important. I think that what I would like to do is to paint a perspective for why we need the bill. The written testimony there includes matters occurring in 6 different districts or 7 different districts around the state, showing that indeed it is a problem. Many of our units have been involved in the issues and problems. The first one cited is in the Woodsboro School District near Corpus Christi, where a courageous young branch president of ours went and stood in favor to support a young student, and it was such a serious threat against the young student that the students who actually threatened the student were indicted. But because of the actions of the young branch president in supporting the student, he ended up having to get police protection from the Corpus Christi PD and to get advice from the local FBI. They thought they were serious threats, and a number of incidents happened after that. I say that just to show you and put it in context that this is real. I want to point out that one of the incidents that I've got listed here relates to South Lake. I think if you look at South Lake, you can see the problem that has been kind of testified to today that many of the parents have encountered when they've raised these issues. In South Lake, you had widespread opposition to the use of the N-word and other kinds of pejoratives towards students. Many African-American students were truly victimized in this situation. And in a really great showing of community, you had a number of affluent, conservative, white Republican parents that showed up and that opposed what was happening to these young students. But that district was never able to effectively address the abuse that those students were receiving. What occurred? The board members who were in office that had put together a task force to look into how they might address the issue were all turned out in an election. Administrators who wanted to do something were ultimately removed too. And so you can see the problem when you have conservative people who are reactionary that are in control of a district.
Your time is up. You can wrap it up.
Okay. I'm just saying you can see the difficult problem. So having a bill that requires an action makes good sense. And just one final thing, I think it's extremely well written bill because it's written to only the most extreme would not support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank y'all. Oh, we have TEA here as a resource if anyone has any questions for them. Yes. Hank Weichert. I hope I said that right. Did I get your last, how do you say your last name?
You did. It is
Oh.
Hank Weichert.
Weichert, Hank Weichert, TEA, neutral on the bill.
Yes.
Okay. Chair Lozano?
Yes, Hank, what was your position at TEA?
I am a Director of Student Supports Implementation in the Division of Supportive Schools.
Okay, okay. Well, we've heard, about these instances at Lubbock Cooper, Slayton, Mission, Woodsboro, South Lake. I remember that there's a place for the public to submit complaints at TEA on matters like this. Is that still?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. What's the process at TEA on those kinds of complaints? Like they submit a letter or a?
It can be done online through email. So a complaint would come into TEA to our complaints department. In cases of bullying and harassment, TEA takes those very seriously. Those are addressed immediately with the school district.
Okay. And then we heard earlier like that some of the data collection, does TEA break down reports of bullying based on, if there's racial bullying or is it just categorized as bullying, or do y'all collect that data?
I'm not familiar with how the reports are broken down.
Okay. I think that's it. I think the rest of the questions I would have would, I'm glad to know there's a process at TEA, but what are the teeth that TEA has? Like in this case, people in South Lake Carroll, a lot of these students have yet to get any kind of movement because it was a turnover of the school board and then administrators, were let go that supported those students. In this case, what can TEA do? Is it all local control in TEA or?
So the legislature has already addressed bullying in 370832. So there are required procedures that districts have to adopt in order to address bullying, and there are required timelines that districts have to follow, and I believe it's school board policy FFI that they have to follow with that. If a school district is not following that and a parent is not satisfied with that, the response that they're getting from the campus, the district has an established grievance policy or a complaint policy that a parent would follow. They'd file a complaint with the campus, then with the school district, and then ultimately with the school board. If they are not satisfied with the results that they receive from that process, they can then file the complaint with TEA. Then TEA would get involved in that. They would listen to both sides, the parent's complaint and what the district has done, and then they give the district a timeline. My understanding of the process is the district is given an amount of time to satisfy that complaint with the parent. And then additional steps would be taken, and that I would have to defer to our complaints department.
So in the instance of students cropping images of a classmate onto someone that's being hung by a tree, someone that's being burned on a cross, being called monkeys, internet pages and memes of students being called monkeys and their images are put on that website, and the school board does not expel these students, and the victim student has to be re-victimized by seeing that person still in school, still in class. They go through that grievance process. They file a complaint with TEA. What can TEA do about it?
And again, I would have to defer to our complaints department. I don't have that answer. That's something that we can get back to you
That's what I was thinking. I would have to get with them. Okay.
And I had a question on some of that. Do you have any more?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let the record reflect Representative Ann Johnson is now present. On some of that, it was, obviously, the bullying was done by other children, but in some of this, some of the other things that we heard were awful behavior and things said by assistant principals and things like that. So I guess, is it the same sort of complaint process, whether it's a child or someone at the school, or like someone who works there?
They would file the complaint, but the complaint process against a staff member would be different because it would be an employment action as opposed to following the bullying procedure.
Okay, and then is there anything, he mentioned the social media, obviously the examples that we were shown are horrific, and there's that aspect of it. There's also the other aspect of parents not consenting to their minor children's pictures being on social media. So is there anything with that? I know you kind of mentioned that. That's a whole other thing you'd have to get back on. Is that the same sort of thing? Is there anything that parents can do? Because if the school's not addressing that and the school board's not addressing these parents, requesting that this account be handled, somehow the school handle it, these pictures be taken down. Is there anything that y'all can do there?
I would have to look into that. I'm not familiar with TEA's ability to have schools take pictures down off social media.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there was any sort of process there. Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions? No? Do you have one? Representative Allison?
Let me ask you this, and you may be the wrong person to ask, so you can tell me if I am. We're talking about bullying.
Yes.
Right? Which is a very broad concept, for lack of a better description, right? Covers a number of things. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree. And in the statute, it is defined as to what we're talking about when we talk about bullying in regards to the bullying policies that districts have.
And the statute's definition is very broad, and
yes,
I think
it is
intentionally broad because I think this is such a fluid situation. We have situations, we're talking a lot now about identity bullying, and that troubles me somewhat because it's much broader than that. We have situations where it's white on white, black on black, brown on brown, any combination of that, girl on girl, girl on boy, boy on boy, for any number of things, whether you're good in athletics or you're not, whether you're musically inclined or not, whether you're a good student or not. Kids and people are mean, correct?
In many cases, yes.
And I just like I said, that troubles me. I don't want to get away from that. And if we get too specific or focused, we miss the big picture and what we're trying to accomplish. And that's why I think the current definition we have is what we need. Maybe it needs to be tweaked a little bit, but that breadth I think is so important because it's such a broad area. And I fully agree. I think the more we can hone down on where we've got the problems with the administration, with parents, with reporting to the school board or with TEA, I think we need to explore that. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hall. Thank you, representatives.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4625? Not. Testimony on House Bill 4625 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Reynolds to close on his bill.
Thank you, members. I want to thank Chairwoman Thompson for laying out the bill in my absence, and I want to thank the members, Vice Chair Hall, and all the members for your patience. I know there were a lot of witnesses testifying today. One of the things we know for sure as legislators, that you can't legislate morality. We can't do that. But what we can do is put policies in place to make sure that there are checks and balances so that these students, and I commend them for their courageousness from leaving school. This is an unexcused absence. They're here today because they won't change. These parents that travel thousands of miles to be here, ladies and gentlemen, there is a problem. The problem lies in that we have some things on the books, but we don't have enough. We don't have enough specifics to address and identify. And this bill isn't going to solve every situation, but it's a step in the right direction to make sure that we have some policies in place to put some teeth behind some measures that can address specific identity-based bullying. And this is a problem. We can't sweep it under the rug. Literally, students are committing suicide. And as a parent, my heart broke. We can't continue to do nothing. I experienced a child in my district that experienced the same thing. So I'm asking for this body to give this bill full consideration. If the bill needs to be better, we'll make it better, but we can't do nothing. And I'll close.
Members, do you have any questions? Thank you. Members, the chair moves to leave House Bill 4625 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The bill will be left pending.
Chair lays out House Bill 3788 recognizes Author Representative Garcia to explain the bill. Representative Garcia, I'm going to ask Representative Ann Johnson to offer up your committee substitute. So the chair lays out a committee substitute and recognizes Representative Garcia to explain her bill and the substitute.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Thank you, Vice Chairwoman and members. Excuse me, I lost my page. Forgive me. According to the U.S. Department of Education, 1 in 3 children will experience dating violence. Half of these students experience their abuse on school grounds. Current school district dating violence policies in Texas do not encompass the full range of abusive behaviors. District policies are not required to include guidelines for addressing sexual harassment, sexual assault, or stalking experienced by students. We need to change this immediately. A recent study published in the Journal of Youth and Society found that close to half of middle school and high school students who have been in a relationship will go on to experience stalking or harassment within the first year of their relationship. These behaviors often escalate to physical violence. House Bill 3788 addresses these issues by expanding school districts' comprehensive policies on dating violence to include stalking, sexual assault, sexual abuse, sexual harassment. And by strengthening these policies, we can provide clear guidelines for acceptable student behavior, recognizing all signs of dating violence and how to report and respond to instances of abuse. The bill will increase accountability for the implementation of dating violence policies at the district level. And we also seek transparency on how reports of abusive behaviors are resolved at both the district and statewide levels. The data would be valuable resource for this legislature as we seek to create safe and supportive environments for our children to learn. Upon feedback from various groups, teacher groups, and advocacy groups, the committee substitute for House Bill 3788 would remove the additional dating violence training requirements for teachers and would focus solely on the law enforcement and school security employees, because we know that teachers are already overtasked with various trainings and expectations, testings, various things like that. And we really want to make this something that's going to be easier for them to help implement instead of something that's going to be a hindrance. And the committee substitute would also ensure that district policies are orientated around protecting the safety of the victim. Because of this, we want to ensure students are not excluded from learning this important curriculum simply because there's parents forgot to sign a waiver and to opt them in. If there's no further questions, I reserve my right to close.
Members, are there any questions? Okay. Michael Sweeney, Vivian Sanchez, and Molly Valles. Mr. Sweeney, you've been here so patiently, all doing this wonderful testimony. I show that you are representing the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, and you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right. We got
My
3
name
minutes.
is Michael Sweeney. I'm with the Texas Association of Sexual Assault, also known as TASA. I'm a 30-year law enforcement veteran. I graduated the FBI Academy Session 233. I retired as Chief of Investigations. I went out and spent 3 years in Africa as a Director of Investigations and Law Enforcement Development, working with the Ghanaian government and the police, national police there, training on sexual assault and human trafficking. Since I've been with TASA 2013, I've traveled the great state of Texas from east to west, north to south. I've been privileged to be a speaker and lecturer for Texas SBLE, school-based law enforcement, and give lectures and trainings to the officers there. This bill really impresses me. It kind of has it all. You've got training requirements. That's very important. I think as we go along, the children are always our priority, as we've heard all day long. Very heart-touching testimony, especially in the last bill. But our focus here is to teach the trauma-informed, victim-centered training and investigation that oftentimes when these children and these kids reach out, it is to the SRO, it is to the school law enforcement officers. And that sets the tone for the investigation from the beginning. And if they don't know what they don't know, and if they don't understand the victimology, the neurobiology of trauma, and that victim is not handled in the right way, it can derail the whole investigation all the way through. The bill also provides education, which again is important. I mean, these children will reach out, they'll outcry to their favorite bus driver, right, or cafeteria lady. It's important that everyone throughout the system understands the importance of trauma-focused interactions with the children in these events. The bill is especially exciting. It covers everything, right, from sexual harassment to sexual assault. And we know when there's a graduation of these things that continue as they go on, starting as sexual violence and ending up in sexual assault. So the training is important. The education is important. I like the transparency of it, is that it's mandated that it's listed on the institution's website on the home page so that they can find the information they need. It's listed in the student handbook guide as well. It lists the Title IX coordinator, name and contact. So it's very clear. It's a bill that's transparent.
Ms. Sweeney, we thank you. We know you're for the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that. We come back to you if there are questions.
Not a problem.
Vivian Sanchez, we show you as voting, you representing yourself, and you are for the bill.
Yes. Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Thompson and Vice Chair Hall and all the other members for their time to speak, or for my time to speak today. My name is Vivian Sanchez, and I am here to support HB 3788, authored by Representative Garcia. Thank you, Representative Garcia, for caring about my health and my safety and many other teens, for continuing to advocate for prevention. Your work is impacting many survivors. Thank you. To share a little bit about myself, I am 18 years old, born and raised in Houston. I graduated this past class of 2022. I am a survivor of sexual assault and teen dating violence. And for the past 4 years, I have been advocating for change. My advocacy started when I joined the Texas Council on Family Violence Youth Board. Through this role, I was able to learn, share, and raise awareness to teen dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, and more. HB 3788 is important to me not only as an advocate, but also as a survivor. I was 14 when the butterflies in my stomach turned into bruises around my arms. Now you may be wondering how it escalated so quickly. But when no one teaches you what a healthy relationship is and what it is not, you normalize behaviors like your partner isolating you, stalking you, and having you on an emotional roller coaster, never knowing what side of them you're going to get. I know I normalize these things. Sorry. I excused each of these things because I thought it was normal. I thought it was love. While I just graduated last year, through my time in the Texas education system, I was not taught about this. Why? 15 years ago was the first state law passed to have dating violence policies in training. By the law, I was supposed to be taught about this. I should have been given the resources when I went to school officials, but I was not. The admin did not know how to handle the situation. I do not blame them for this, though, but this is why we must pass HB 3788. That way, when survivors come forward to these trusted adults, they know how to help us. I think back to my 14-year-old self, if I would have had just one adult telling me that this was not okay, that this was not healthy, and that I did not deserve this. I think it would have saved me from enduring the abuse that I thought was love. HB 3788 would ensure school professionals implementing the required policies and ensure survivors would be met with proper resources. Today, you have the opportunity to make a safer future. You have the opportunity to save lives. I sit in front of all of you today asking you to consider the safety of young adults in all reporting, policies, and education. Make the change today. That way, 15 years from now, another 18-year-old is not having to sit here and let them know that you all failed them. Do it for the 8 young Texans in 2021 that got their lives taken due to teen dating violence. Do it for every survivor. Please support and vote House Bill 3788 favorably out of the committee. Thank you for your time today, and if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please do not hesitate to ask. Once again, thank you for your time today.
Molly Valles, I show that you represent the Texas Council on Family Violence, and you're for the bill.
Yes, thank you, Vivian. Good evening, y'all. Thank you for everything you've done today, and each of you for listening to so much. Thank you, Chair Thompson. Thank you, Vice Chair Hole. My name is Molly. I'm the Public Policy Director at the Texas Council on Family Violence, and I'm here in support of HB 3788. One of the things that's really important for me is when I think about speaking with survivors over my time here, I had the privilege to do so and speak with 300 survivors a few years back. We went in to ask questions about what services they might need, thinking the answers would be housing, legal services. That was true some of the time, but more often than not, when we said, what is your top unmet need? It was that I wish someone would have told me what love looked like. I wish someone would have told me what a healthy relationship was, because I wish I wasn't sitting across from you. And it was with much love and respect they said that, but over and over they said, I could have prevented needing to be here. And so for us, when we think about dating violence, certainly, and I'm trying to regain composure after Vivian getting to be here all day, we know that Texas is the second highest state in contact volume every year on dating violence. You heard the representative speak about it happening on school grounds, and it's not just physical, it's emotional, it's technological. And Vivian mentioned those young women that lost their lives. In 5 years, it's 37 young Texans, primarily young women who had hopes and dreams, who lost their lives in this state due to dating violence. I'm going to just say, just because you all have spent a lot of time, I started the Texas Council on Family Violence 16 years ago. This bill that Vivian spoke about at the time, House Bill 121 in 2007, was the first bill I ever got to work on. I was thrilled to see these required policies come into law. And I am here 16 years later with Vivian saying they are not being enforced. They are not being implemented. And I'm so excited to see that Representative Garcia has not only taken forward adding sexual assault, stalking, but put strong implementation for these bills. Because like Vivian said, I think we all hope Vivian was not here today, not here to share her story. So we urge passage of this bill that truly just enforces laws you all had the foresight to put on the books in 2007. I'm happy to answer questions.
Members, are there questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Anna O'Quinn, Cara Mendelson. Mendelson. Anna O'Quinn, we show that you are representing the Girls Empowerment Network and yourself, and you are for the bill.
Yes, that is correct. Hi, Chairwoman Thompson, Vice Chair Hull, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anna O'Quinn. I am the Mental Health Policy Fellow at Girls Empowerment Network. I'm here in enthusiastic support of House Bill 3788. At our organization, we ignite the power in girls by teaching them the skills to be unstoppable. We serve more than 2,000 Texas girls in grades 3rd through 12th annually. Dating and sexual violence is a story that is too familiar for our Texas youth. It is a story that, unfortunately, I am familiar with, my friends are familiar with, and a story that the youth that I work with are too familiar with. 75% of Texans 16 through 24 have either experienced dating violence or know another younger person who has. We know that this problem is only getting worse. The CDC, in a report just published a few months ago, told us that the presence of dating violence, sexual assault, and sexual harassment, specifically for girls and our LGBTQ youth, have exponentially increased in the last year. The detrimental effects of what this dating violence and sexual abuse and harassment have on the lives of the well-being of survivors cannot be understated. It skyrockets the likelihood for negative mental health outcomes such as PTSD and major depressive disorder, increases the likelihood of bullying and suicidal ideation, and puts youth at risk for trafficking and the misuse of substances such as drugs and alcohol. Despite the heavy presence of sexual assault and violence and these effects, many suffer silently. Sexual assault last year was the most underreported crime in the U.S. But House Bill 3788 gives me hope for these youth who are silently grappling with the reality of sexual assault and violence in their lives. The bill comprehensively improves the school's abilities to support these students in a myriad of ways that we've heard. School district peace officer trainings and expanding school protocols and resources to include sexual assault, stalking, and sexual harassment. Our school staff and peace officers are the adults who are interacting with our youth the majority of their waking hours. For many students, they may be the only adults they feel safe reporting these instances to. Being equipped with trainings, protocols, and resources to respond to dating and sexual violence will undoubtedly lead to increased identification of victims, referral to resources, and protection for our students who need it most. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Cara Mendelson, you are representing the city of Dallas?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are for the bill?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Thompson and members of the committee. My name is Cara Mendelson. I'm a Dallas City Council member. I chair the Budget Committee. I'm the Vice Chair of the Public Safety Committee, and I am a member of the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Affairs. Given the nature of this bill, I'll also share with you that I am a 3-time PTA president and former member of both site-based and district-based improvement committees. I am here in support of this bill as well as the city. I would like to tell you a couple of things and not repeat what's been said, because it's pretty late at this point. Nonprofit partners across Dallas have indicated to our city's Domestic Violence and Human Trafficking Advisory Council a need for better and more robust educational resources for all people, but particularly school-age adolescents. Girls and young women aged 16 to 24 are at the highest risk for intimate partner violence. House Bill 3788 creates a standard by which Dallas area schools and educators are better equipped to educate children and adolescents on the impact of dating violence and recognize and intervene where dating violence is present. We recently launched a public-facing dashboard that tracks incidences of family violence and intimate partner crimes in the city. The data shows in 2022, the number of reported domestic violence crimes 15,180. There were 9,968 intimate partner crimes, and 14 were deaths due to domestic violence. However, domestic violence and intimate partner crimes are notoriously underreported. This bill creates accountability and a way for information to be disseminated and critical interventions for students who are most at risk of dating violence. I'd like to point out to you a couple of items that I specifically want to praise, which is the training aspect for the school peace officers and school resource officers, the District-Based Improvement Committee's policy definitions, protection from retaliation, and proactively addressing the education to the students and the staff. I'm going to skip all the other data that I had and just say thank you for letting us bring this forward and help support it. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you both. Members, we do have TA here as a resource, and if anyone will have any questions out there. Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3788? If not, the testimony on House Bill 3788 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Garcia to close on her bill.
Thank you, Chairwoman. House Bill 3788 reinforces school supportive measures for students who experience dating violence. This bill would help provide a safer school atmosphere where teens and faculty are well informed and educated on school policies involving dating violence, to include stalking, sexual harassment, sexual assault, physical abuse, and mental abuse. Children often have a difficult time recognizing abusive behaviors. Many witness domestic violence in their own homes. Some come to view abusive behaviors as normal and loving, with no power to seek help. The result is not only a deterioration of our mental health, negative academic outcomes, but also children impacted by dating violence have a significantly higher risk of being victims of abusive relationships later in their life, continuing the often generational cycle of trauma. Help us break the silence and help us break this generational curse. If there are no further questions, I close and respectfully request a favorable referral of House Bill 3788. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions of Representative Garcia? Thank you, Representative Garcia. Members, the chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute and leave House Bill 3788 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn and the bill will be left pending. The chair lays out now House Bill 4845 and recognize its author, Representative Allison, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Allison, let me let Representative Elizondo lay out the committee substitute. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 4845 relating to bullying prevention in public schools, including the establishment of a bullying prevention pilot program. House Bill 4845 proposes the establishment of a bullying prevention pilot program in schools to help reduce the incidence of bullying. The TEA Commissioner would establish and administer a bullying prevention pilot program and collaborate with qualified experts, researchers, and stakeholders in child and youth well-being, mental health, and education. The agency would also establish a grant program to provide funding to school districts with a substantial need for bullying prevention. It will establish a grant program for school districts with a substantial need, limits the grant program to no more than 3 campuses within a district, and provides funding for the grant program from appropriations made for that purpose. The committee substitute, the only change is a renumbering of sections correction and also changing the description of the commissioner to the agency of TEA. Simply put, House Bill 4845 would be a positive step toward promoting the well-being of Texas students. It recognizes the importance of collaboration, evidence-based practices, and targeted resources in reducing the incidence of bullying. The provisions of the bill would provide schools with the support they need to implement effective bullying prevention strategies and to create a safer and more supportive learning environment for all students. I'm happy to try to answer any questions and respectfully request the opportunity to close.
Are there any questions, Representative Allison? The chair called Maureen Molek. Ms. Molick, we see that you're representing David's Legacy Foundation and yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair and members, my name is Maureen Molak, and I am representing myself and David's Legacy Foundation, and I am in favor of HB 4845. Last February, Representative Allison and I met with Commissioner Morath and his staff about the rules implementing the provisions of SB 2050 that passed last session and was a follow-up to the original 2017 David's Law. I've provided you with a copy of those rules. We each shared ideas in this meeting about how to better implement the laws so that they were effective but not onerous. I also shared with the commissioner what I hear from parents as they struggle to keep their kids safe from this behavior. We agreed that as we are learning more, we can and should update our approach. We recognized that one of the challenges is that there are many organizations, including Texas Education Agency, Texas School Safety Center, the Texas School Health Advisory Committee, David's Legacy Foundation, and many others who are working in this same space, but we're working in silos. And that we should come together in a concerted effort to support schools and families with more guidance on the requirements of the laws and training responsibilities around bullying and how to prevent it. As a solution, we agreed that the next step to help curb bullying in Texas schools is to bring these groups together to develop a pilot program which may include some best practices, resources, training, and a learning program that will be designed to reduce the number of students impacted by bullying and make it easier for schools to comply with the requirements of the law and support families better. The commissioner offered to convene and oversee this effort, and I was and am encouraged that we are aligned. HB 4845 is the result of the continued collaboration, and I hope that you will see value in this pilot program and vote favorably for HB 4845.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for spending the day with us.
Yes, thank you.
Members, we do have a TA here as resources if anyone has any questions of them. Okay, are there any, okay, is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4845? If not, the testimony on House Bill 4845 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Allison to close on his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
Members, do you have any questions, Representative Allison? Thank you, Representative Allison. Members, the chair moves to withdraw the substitute and to leave House Bill 4845 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn. The bill will be left pending. Members, I know you're going to be sorry about this next announcement, but this concludes our committee business for today. Are there any announcements or comments? If not, Representative Lozano moves that the Select Committee on Youth, Health, and Safety stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The committee stands adjourned.